1932 photo of Ethiopian royal family, left to right. Front row, Princess Ida Desta, granddaughter, Empress Menon, Lijamaha Desta. Grandson, Emperor Haile Selassie, His Royal Highness Princess Wallet Israel Siam. Daughter-in-law, His Royal Highness Prince Makanin Haile Selassie, son. Back row, His Royal Highness Zenit Warwick Haile Selassie, daughter, His Royal Highness Crown Princess Fawasan, son, His Royal Highness Princess Tenagan Warwick Haile Selassie, daughter, Raz Desta. Damtu, son-in-law, and His Royal Highness Princess Say Haile Selassie, daughter. Used with permission from Frontline Distribution. International, Inc. Copyright Symbol 1999. All rights reserved. Cannot be reproduced without permission from Frontline Distribution. International, Incorporated. For all who are able, purchase the autobiographies and support the people who are publishing the words of Haile Selassie so that they can continue to publish your words for our future generations. Archive. Chapters from Volume 1. My Life and Ethiopia's Progress. Volume 1, 1892–1937. ISBN 0-94839-040-9. Library of Congress Card Catalogue Number 97–65862. Haile Selassie I. King of Kings Volume 1. Preface. Introduction. Chapter 1. The story of my childhood up to my appointment as Dejazmach, 1892–1906. Chapter 2. From my appointment as Dejazmach to my father's death, 1906. Chapter 3. From the death of my father till my appointment to the governorship of Harar, 1906–1910. Chapter 4. About my appointment to the governorship of Harar and its province, 1910. Chapter 5. From the time of my marriage up to my appointment as Crown Prince and Regent Plenipotentiary, 1911–1916. Chapter 6. The reason why the rancor between Ledjesu and myself began. Chapter 7. From the deposition of Ledjesu on 17th Mascaram 1909, equals the 27th of September 1916, to the assumption of the crown by Queen's Order 2 on 4th Yakata 1909, equals the 11th of February 1917. Chapter 8. From the coronation of Queen's Order 2 up to Ledjesu's defeat at Wollo and subsequent escape. Chapter 9. About the dismissal of ministers and the outbreak of an influenza epidemic. Chapter 10. About Ledjesu's arrest in Tigray. Chapter 11. About men who were an obstacle to the work of government by coming between Queen's Order 2 and myself. Chapter 12. About the improvement, by ordinance and proclamation, of internal administration. And about the efforts to allow foreign civilization to enter Ethiopia. Chapter 13. About our pressing for Ethiopia's entry into the League of Nations. Chapter 14. About our efforts to free the slaves and the progressive improvement, year by year, in the struggle for their liberation. Chapter 15. About the honor of invitations extended to us to visit Europe. Chapter 16. About our journey from Alexandria to Paris. Chapter 17. About our journey from Paris to Brussels. Chapter 18. About our journey from Paris to Rome. Chapter 19. From Paris to London. Chapter 20. From Paris to Athens, the Greek capital. Chapter 21. Returning from Athens home to Ethiopia. Chapter 22. About the Convention for Mutual Assistance between the British government, as regards the barrage at Lake Tana, and the Italian government, as regards the construction of a railway from the border of Eritrea, cutting through the middle of Ethiopia, to Italy. Chapter 23. About our treaty with Italy concerning port facilities at Asab, the construction of a road, and general amity. Chapter 24. About our receiving the dignity of kingship without ceasing to be heir apparent and regent plenipotentiary. Chapter 25. About the instigation by the Italians of Ras Gugsa Wales rebellion. Chapter 26. About our planning and initiating gradual improvements and reforms in the work of the clergy. Chapter 27. About our arrangements for the appointment of bishops chosen from among the savants of Ethiopia. Chapter 28. About our coronation as emperor. Chapter 29. About our setting up a constitution. Chapter 30. A commentary on the constitution. Chapter 31. The Italians engage in deceitful propaganda. Chapter 32. As regards the visit to us by the. Chapter 33. About our setting up a Red Cross Society. Chapter 34. Our notification of Italy's aggression. Chapter 35. We proclaim mobilization. Chapter 36. Our organization of the Southern Army. Chapter 37. About Dejazmach Haile Selassie Gugsa's treachery. Chapter 38. We go to Disi. Chapter 39. While at Disi we hear of the dismissal of General de Bono and the appointment of Marshal Badoglio. Chapter 40. We hear of the rout of the army on Ras Dasta's front. Chapter 41. We issue a proclamation for further mobilization. Chapter 42. Our march from Disi to Coram. Chapter 43. Things go well with our armies in Shire and Tambian. Chapter 44. Our journey from Coram to the war front at Machor. Chapter 45. The Battle of Machor. Chapter 46. Our return to Addis Ababa. Chapter 47. The decision, on advice, to go abroad. Chapter 48. From Djibouti to Jerusalem. Chapter 49. Our journey from Jerusalem to London. Chapter 50. Our journey to Geneva in quest of justice from the League of Nations. Preface. A house built on granite and strong foundations, not even the onslaught of pouring rain, gushing torrents, and strong winds will be able to pull down. Some people have written the story of my life, representing as truth what in fact derives from ignorance, error, or envy. But they cannot shake the truth from its place, even if they attempt to make others believe it. At this hour, when I have found occasion and time to write the story of my life, I preface my writing by presenting the following prayer to my Creator and then continue this work. O Lord, Almighty, in whom there is no weakness, eternal, in whom there is no transience, in admiring your work as well as your judgments, a created being, even after much searching, cannot fathom them, except to a limited extent. It is a subtle secret which a creature, even after much exploring, cannot know, but which you alone do know, why in the immediate past as well as now you have made the Ethiopian people, from the ordinary man to the emperor, sink in a sea of distress for a time, and why you have made the Italian people up to its king swim in a sea of joy for a time. Since no creature created in your image and to your pattern gives up hope that everything he begs of you will be done for him until the day you sever his soul from his body, we beseech you that Ethiopia should not remain with her freedom extinct and prostrate under an alien ruler, so that the mouth of her peoples be silenced for fear of a foreign governor. But rather that you will save them by your deeds of kindness, lest they remain with their hearts oppressed through being deprived of their own Ethiopian ruler who was leading them towards civilization under a light yoke and with gladness. O Lord, abode of exiles, light of the blind, truth and justice are your thrones. Receive us, who have been exiled for our freedom's sake, who have had to leave our country on account of violent assault. In praying to you thus, it is not for our righteousness but for your great mercies. And now I am setting out contemplating to write the story of my life from my 13th year until this time, on the basis of what you have wrought, making me your instrument. I pray to you that it may be your will to let it reach completion. It is right for me to reveal in this preface the reason why I have thought to write although from you nothing is hidden. First, that your name be praised for all the deeds you do, acting according to your wishes. Second, when you make a man rich in the honors of this world and appoint him above other creatures, that it be known that it is not for his merit but only through your benevolence and generosity. Third, in every line in this history, where the name of another person is mentioned, it is not through partiality or enmity, save in error, but you know that we are making our heart the judge to write only the truth. Fourth, although there is nothing that is not written in the Holy Scriptures, if you will enable me to write as I have planned, may our kin and our brothers who will rise up in future take note of the word you have spoken, for without me you can do nothing, and may their hearts be convinced that with your help alone will they be able to do anything. Fifth, unless a man discharges his task by his own resolve and perseverance, conscious of being your tool, whether in times of joy or tribulation, he should realize that he ought to work by his innate ability or by such education as he may have acquired, for his responsibility will not cease even if he acts solely under another man's will. Sixth, whatever the task may be, let everyone realize and be convinced that it will be accomplished at the proper time and age, and that it is impossible to have it fulfilled either by just desiring it or by hurrying it unduly. I pray to you that all this may be in full accord with your will. Introduction. Whatever the task may be, man may begin it but he cannot complete it, unless God sustains and supports him. If he fails to accomplish the task on which he has set out, having worked to the best of his ability, he is not to be maligned by being called lazy. Thus we ourselves, by virtue of our descent from the Queen of Sheba and King Solomon, ever since we accepted in trust, in 1909, equals 1916, first the regency of the Ethiopian realm and later the imperial dignity, right up to the present, we have set out to the best of our ability to improve gradually internal administration by introducing into the country Western modes of civilization, through which our people may attain a higher level. Hence our conscience does not rebuke us in explanation of the notion gradually, unless it is through coaxing a child and getting it accustomed. It will not be pleased if one takes from it what it has seized with its hand. When one gives such a baby any sort of food, it will not wish to eat it, unless one shows it to the child and lets it taste it. Unless they give it milk or other soft food until it grows teeth, it will not be able to eat when they place bread or meat before it. And similarly with people who have lived by custom only, without learning at school, without absorbing knowledge by the ear or observing and searching with the eye, it is necessary to accustom them, of education, to abandon habits by which they have for long been living, to make them accept new ways, yet not by hasty or cruel methods but by patience and study, gradually and over a prolonged period. In 1901, equals 1908-9, Emperor Menelik fell ill and had to spend his time at home. Soon after this, Ras Bitwadad Tasama, Legiasu's regent, suddenly died. As a consequence, Legiasu, who had accepted the authority to guide the government, was for about 6 years quite incapable of shouldering his responsibility. When I myself took over this responsibility in 1909, equals 1916, it was necessary to correct the chaotic neglect of fully 6 years and to make a beginning with the work not yet started, i.e. of introducing the new civilization. I spent my time working to the best of my ability, while my own ideas and the people fond of the old customs, particularly as the latter had many supporters, squeezed me like wood between two pieces of iron. There was very little time that I could spend in idle conversations and doing the things that give one pleasure. What I set right in terms of internal administration, initiated already at an earlier stage, the innovations I brought about, and such aspects of foreign-inspired civilization as I introduced into the country, will be found in the following, each at its proper place. In addition to this, from time to time we encountered some difficulties, internal as well as external, which were spread about by natives or by foreigners and which constituted obstacles to our work of innovation. It was thus essential to carry out everything patiently, in order to prevent upheavals, bloodshed, and tribal divisions. I was aware, even before I took over the affairs of government, that internal upheaval constituted a useful contribution to the designs of our enemies. We were particularly convinced, by the policies directed against us, that the enemy's heart was stricken with envy at our setting up a constitution to strengthen and to consolidate Ethiopia's unity, at our opening schools for boys and girls, at our building hospitals in which our people's health was to be safeguarded, as well as at all sorts of other initiatives of ours, by which Ethiopia's independence would be affirmed, not only in terms of history but in actual fact. For this reason, while we took great care to prevent any divisions among our people, we did not wish to take any coercive measures that might appear oppressive to our people. While we were engaged upon all this careful work and were beginning to lead our people on the road to civilization, our enemy rose up with violence, sending to our country many troops with modern equipment as well as numerous warplanes and tanks, breaking the covenant of the nations and fighting us with machine guns and artillery and with modern weapons many times superior in quality and quantity to our equipment. We addressed an appeal to the League of Nations and, with our heart free of panic, we encouraged our armies. While we resisted firmly and defended ourselves, they poured all sorts of poison and smoke gases upon us which were capable of causing serious damage and which are prohibited by international law. They dropped many bombs on us and even bombarded the International Red Cross doctors together with their medical equipment, thus preventing those injured by bombs and machine guns or suffocating with poison gas from receiving medical attention or cure. We ourselves fought for our liberty in battles like any ordinary soldier and mustered the troops like any other officer. On account of our inability to obtain even a loan for the purchase of arms, we did not have any adequate equipment for defense, except for a few modern weapons. After we had resisted to the best of our ability with weapons 40 years old, we were defeated for the time being in no shameful manner. The reason why we returned to Addis Ababa and why we departed from Addis Ababa to go abroad and all other such matters are to be found in the following at their appropriate place. We would, therefore, remind, confidently and earnestly, all those who are Ethiopian subjects to persist unceasingly, by striving to the best of their ability, in the study of Ethiopia's past, from the earliest phases of history, lest her freedom be extinguished altogether in the future, particularly as our country of Ethiopia has now been overwhelmed by ills which give rise to anxiety for her independence, and we would equally urge all those who are not Ethiopians, but who hate aggression and love truth and justice, not to withhold their support for the cause of Ethiopia's liberty, the people at large by their counsel and the priests by their prayer. Hail Selassie I Emperor of Ethiopia. Bath, England. Written Yakata 1929, equals February 1937. Chapter 1. The story of my childhood up to my appointment as Dejazmach, 1892 to 1906. My father, His Highness Ras Markanin, was the son of the Princess Tanagna Walk, the daughter of the great King Selassie of Sho. His father was Dejazmach Wilder Mikael Wilder Malako of the Debar and Mans nobility. He was born on the 1st of Genbat 1844, equals 8th May 1852, at a place called Darafo Mariam in the district of Gala. Ras Markanin remained with his father for about 14 years. This was, of course, at a time when Menelik II, the son of Markanin's uncle King Haile Malako, was still only king of Sho. His father, Dejazmach Wilder Mikael, then took him to Menelik and said, "Let this my son, your aunt's offspring, grow up with you in your palace." And Menelik made Markanin his special companion quite apart from the chance fact of their family ties. Subsequently, since King Menelik had become convinced of Markanin's loyalty and skill in the service of his government, having tested him many times in various tasks to which he had appointed him, he raised him to the rank of Balambaras when he was aged 24 in the year 1868, equals 1876. At this time Markanin married Wazara Oyashimabat, my mother, as his lawful wife. While Menelik II was still only king in 1879, equals 1886/7, he conducted a military expedition into the Harar region and restored this ancient province to Ethiopia. Since it had become known to him that my father was valorous in battle and a friend and leader of soldiers, he appointed him, at the time of Harar's occupation, governor of the town and its province as well as commander-in-chief with the rank of Dejazmach. And similarly, after Menelik II had been anointed king of kings of Ethiopia, he appointed my father to the dignity of Ras in Miazia 1882, equals April 1890. When my father conducted military expeditions in the Harar region, he did so leaving behind in Sho my mother, Wazara Oyashimabat, his lawfully wedded wife whom he had married according to Christian custom. When the war was over and the country began to be pacified, he let her come to Harar. He then secured the Ogaden region which had not yet been incorporated within Harar province. While temporarily he still had to lay plans of war, he yet continued easing the tax burdens which weighed heavily upon the population. I was born on the 16th of Haml 1884, equals the 23rd of July 1892, in the year of John, at Ajasa Goror, not far from Hara. Waizaro Maslachia, the daughter of my father's sister Waizaro Etta Mariam, had married Dejazmach Haile As Arbana. When I was 4 months old she gave birth to Imru, now Raz Imru, and the two of us grew up together as if we were twins. When we were aged 7, my father arranged for a special teacher for us and we began receiving instruction at our home. In our 10th year, 3 years after beginning our education, we were able to read and write Amharic and Ges. Our upbringing was like that of the sons of ordinary people, and there was no undue softness about it as was the case with princes of that period. My mother, Waizaro Yashimabat, being barely 30 years of age, died on the 6th of Magabit, 1886, equals the 14th of March, 1894, and was buried within the precinct of St. Michael's Church 21 at Hara, by the Epiphany water. All this I heard, of course, much later from those in charge of my upbringing. Many were the months which my father, H. Raz Markanin, had to spend traveling to Addis Ababa and on military expeditions to other provinces of Ethiopia more, in fact, than he was able to remain in his own governorate of Hara. He also went to foreign countries as envoy of the government. Here are some of the journeys undertaken by my father. In 1881, equals 1888/9, he was sent to Italy. In 1888, equals 189 5/6. During the Alaj campaign, he conducted the military expedition as Commander-in-Chief and was accompanied by Raz Wale, Raz Mikael, Raz Mangasha Atikam, Raz Ulula, Dejach Wold, Fitorari Gabayu, Fitorari Takal, Likamakwasadnor, and Kagnazmach Tafasa. In 1890, equals 189 7/8, he undertook a campaign in western Ethiopia, at the Sudan border, into what is called Arab country. This is the region nowadays referred to as Beni Shangul. In 1891, equals 1898/9, since it had been reported that Raz Mangasha, the governor of the Tigray province, had rebelled against Emperor Menelik, Raz Markanin was dispatched into Tigray and brought about a reconciliation between Mangasha and the emperor. Subsequently, in order to safeguard the security of the province just as he had done when he occupied Hara, he remained in charge of Tigray for about 2 years and then returned. In 1894, equals 1902, he was sent to England for the coronation of King Edward VII. In addition to all this, it was he who had to carry out and to conclude the whole business of relations with foreign countries which is nowadays undertaken by ministers of foreign affairs. And consequently he had to go to and fro to Addis Ababa each year, being summoned to consult with Emperor Menelik about every important matter as yet undecided, after correspondence by post and conversations by telephone. As the railway did not yet exist as it does today, the journey by slow march from Hara to Addis Ababa took a month. Since my father had seen European civilization, having been to Europe twice, and since he was convinced of the value of education, through conversing with some of the foreigners who had come to Ethiopia, he strongly desired that I should learn from the Mayfu Rain language. My father had established a hospital in his city of Hara and had brought into his employment a gentleman from the French colony of Guadeloupe, a physician by the name of Dr. Vitalian. With this object in mind, my father arranged that the doctor should teach us French an hour. Also a day when he could be spared from curing the sick, and so we began our lessons. My father had a strong desire to see the people get accustomed to the work of civilization, which he had observed in Europe, and to make a start in his governorate. It was for this reason that he had established the first hospital in his city of Hara. A year after my father's death, the French government purchased this hospital, by the following accord, from Menelik II for 50,000 francs. The Lion of the tribe of Judah has prevailed. Menelik II, elect of God, King of kings of Ethiopia. May it reach Djazmach Yelma. How are you? Thanks be to God, I am well. M. Klobakowski, the special envoy and minister plenipotentiary in Ethiopia, has acquired, on behalf of the government of the French Republic, the hospital which Ras Markanin had established at Hara, and to which the French government had brought a doctor to care for the sick of our country, and, therefore, have the ground design and dimensions of this hospital measured, and have the title deeds written out and consign them to M. Nagia, the French consul at Hara. Given on the 29th Ham 1899, equals the 5th of August 1907, at the city of Addis Ababa. My father was anxious that I should learn French as quickly as possible, but because he became convinced that Dr. Vitalian's lesson of only an hour or so a day would not bring us closer to this target, he had a word with Abba Andreas, who was a resident in the city of Hara. He sent us an Ethiopian, called Abba Samuel, who had grown up as a pupil in his mission establishment. He set out to teach us with care and attention. Even so, we did not give up our daily lessons with Dr. Vitalian. Abba Samuel, our teacher, was the son of Alaka Wilder Kayan. He is the Wilder Kayan who was converted to Catholicism at the time when Abba Magias of the Italian mission arrived in Show. It is for this reason that his son Abba Samuel had entered the Catholic mission compound and studied there. Abba Samuel was a good man who possessed great knowledge, who applied himself to learning and to teaching, who in goodness and humility gathered knowledge like a bee from anyone, who was devoted to the love of God and of his neighbor, and who did not strive to find enjoyment of the flesh but of the soul. I am saying this because I had known him extremely well while we were together some 10 years. As has been observed in the preface of this book, I decided to write a record of my work. Beginning at the age of 13, everything I had done prior to that was under the direction and guidance of my tutor. From the age of 13 onwards, although my physical strength may not have been great, my spiritual and intellectual powers began to increase gradually, and thus had the entrance gate of this world opened. And this was the time at which I started to act on my own will, without being ordered by my tutor, distinguishing good and evil, and conscious that this action would offend others, that action would give pleasure, this being damaging, that on the other hand useful, and thus I began to climb the ladder of introduction to the world. As the love that existed between my father and myself was altogether special, I can feel it up to the present. He always used to praise me for the work which I was doing and for my being obedient. His officers and his men used to love me respectfully because they observed with admiration the affection which my father had for me. I observed my father striving to fulfill, to the best of his ability, the Christian ordinances enjoined, by giving his money to the poor in trouble and to the church, and by praying at every convenient hour. As I grew up, the spiritual desire was guiding me to emulate him and so to conduct myself that his example should dwell within me. There was no one who did not know that my father's way of life was as described here above, either in the palace or among the clergy of the great of that period. There are still several alive at the time this book is being written, and everyone knows that it is not exaggerated. As my father noticed that all my inclination was directed towards education, his joy was constantly increasing in the measure of his affection. Chapter 2, From my appointment as Dijazmach to my father's death, 1906. Because of the strength of his love, my father was anxiously waiting for the time at which I, being sufficiently grown up, would attain to rank, and, when I was 13 years and 3 months old, on the 21st of Tekempt 1898, equals the 1st of November 1905, he appointed me Dijazmach in the large region called Garamul later. But, according to our country's customs, this dignity of Dijazmach was for the Sake of rank only. My age did not yet permit me to sit in judgment in court or to administer the Gov. Unwrit or to muster the army in battle order, and, therefore, my father gave me a chief administrator for all the work, to act as tutor and deputy, namely, his principal trusted servant, Fitorari Kulach. On the day on which I was appointed to the rank of Dijazmach, my father's officers and his troops assembled and he introduced me to them in the great reception hall. After this I entered into the inner chamber where my father was, and, because he had awarded me this dignity of Dijazmach, I kissed his shoe and sat down by his side. Thereupon the officers and all the chiefs of the army, having been summoned once again, came in, and when they were standing in front of my father, he delivered the following speech: "All of you are my servants whom I have raised up and whom I love, therefore I entrust to you, with God, my son Tafari. His fate is in the hands of the Creator, but I commend him to you lest you should bear him ill will." When the officers and troops heard this speech, they began to shed tears, saying, "The fact that our master is making a speech like this about the trust seems like a farewell occasion, as if he knew that the time had come for us to be separated by death." While I was pleased that my father had bestowed on me this rank of Dijazmach, yet my joy was mixed with sadness at his delivering to his officers a heart-breaking speech like this. But the thought which my father had with regard to me when he gave me this higher rank derived from long, rather than short, deliberations. He had made prior arrangements with a view to my having a separate house for myself alone to live in. He had given instructions, on the morrow of my appointment, to the effect that they should consign the house to me, together with the officers required for each aspect of the work. While all my father's officers used to like me respectfully also previously, yet afterwards they manifested to me their exquisitely respectful affection, now that I had been appointed Dijazmach and had a separate household set up for me. Although my age did not yet permit it, I was yet allowed, since my appointment to the rank of Dijazmach, to be present and to sit down when the great officers came to my father officially for business affairs or for a banquet. I could clearly feel the pleasure of my father and of the officers when I completed any sort of work which my tender age allowed me to pursue, when I listened attentively to their speech and counsel, and when I spoke or gave answers to questions I was asked. I thank my Creator as I clearly recall how those of my father's officers who have survived until now sometimes tell me, reviving past tales, when at that time you were appointed. Dejazmatch, you used to tell such and such, being asked something like this, you used to answer something like that. Because my father was on his own after his wife, my mother, Wazaro Yashimabat, had died. He used to neglect his meal times and let them pass. But as there was nobody who dared to say meal time has arrived, I would beg him in fear, entering his chamber and saying meal time has come, so please let it be your wish for dinner to be brought in, and, consequently, he would order the meal to be brought in at once with a view to pleasing me. When I saw him and the officers eat, I felt a sense of joyful pride in my youthful spirit. And my father used to commend me for doing this. My father had the good fortune to be loved and to be feared. If a man, however great his position might be, was found to be in the wrong, my father would determine the punishment according to the measure of his offense, but because he would not keep silent, they came to fear him. But a few days later he would cause pleasure by sending to the home a gelded ox, honey, and butter, if the convicted person was a great man of position, or a castrated goat and money to buy honey and butter, if he was an ordinary person. Indeed, the people would love him for this because there was nothing of actual cruelty in him towards the man against whom he had meted out punishment. Besides, even though no man is perfect and pure before God, since my father's main thought was to please God in every possible manner, he was determined to help with money those in difficulty, to reconcile those who had fallen foul of the Emperor Menelik, to offer prayers at any hour that remained from the work of government in which he was engaged, to assist in their troubles the monks in each of the monasteries and the priests in each of the churches. That he was doing all this was part of his resolve to please God without being vainglorious. He was a fine example of good deeds. Chapter 3, From the death of my father till my appointment to the governorship of Harar, 1906 to 1910. Whatever may befall a man in this world, there is no one who concludes his days entirely in joy or in grief, but pleasure and sadness occur alternately in their turn. Hence all my thoughts were floating in a sea of distress as my father, who loved me dearly and was so fond of me, fell gravely ill. My father departed from his city of Harar to go up to Addis Ababa on 4th Ter 1898, equals the 12th of January 1906. At that time he felt a little unwell. On the 9th of Ter, equals the 17th of January, he camped by the Burka river and, after having spent the day celebrating the Temkat festival there, he went back, because the illness took a stronger grip on him, and entered his second city called Kalubi, where he began to be treated by a doctor. At this time, as my father summoned me in his desire to see me, I went up to Kalubi. When I entered his bedroom to see his condition and he saw me standing by his side, he motioned me with his eyes to sit down, since it was difficult for him to speak with his tongue on account of the severity of his illness. As I was convinced that it was his wish that I was not to part from him, I spent the whole day sitting by his side. But the hour of the judgment of death decided upon by the power of God cannot be postponed, even by the love of many, let alone by the love of one father and son. Thus he died at Kalubi on the 13th of Maghabit 1898, equals the 21st of March 1906, and was buried in the church of St. Michael which he himself had founded at Harar. After this my father's officers and troops assembled in full. As, on one hand, my father had said to them during his lifetime, I commend to you my son Tafari, and since, in the second place, they were aware of my father's loyalty to the Emperor Menelik and his diligent services to his government, they expressed the hope that he, the Emperor, would not fail to give him, Tafari, his father's governorate of Haraj. After they had concluded their consultations, saying, we shall go up to Addis Ababa following the memorial service, Tazka, customary after 40 days, a letter reached the officers from Emperor Menelik stating, come at once with Tafari, his son, for it is before me at Addis Ababa that the lamentations for Ras Markanin's 40-day mourning are to be held. While my father was still alive, he had prepared a present intended to be sent to the Emperor Menelik, and since it was an object he had put aside, we took it with us when we departed from Hara on the 3rd of Miazia, equals the 10th of April, and set out on our journey to Addis Ababa. As many people died on us during the trip, grief was heaped upon grief. The reason was that the small rainy season was active and that, because of the multitude of the army, malaria spread in our camp. On the 19th of Miazia, equals the 26th of April, we reached Addis Ababa. Emperor Menelik had given orders that tents be pitched, sewn together like a hanger, on a vast field, at which he gave a memorial banquet for my father, and there he caused the officers and troops to assemble. While the lamentations proceeded, with the arrivals stationed at one side and the hosts mustered on the other, we were gathered with Emperor Menelik in great mourning. On the 40th day, i.e. Monday 22nd Miazia, equals the 30th of April 1906, the priests of the monasteries and churches in Addis Ababa and surroundings, after completing the prayer of absolution proper for Christians, all proceeded to the tent that had been prepared and spent the day at the great banquet arranged for them. The Razes and Dejaz matches, because some of them were his blood relations and others had grown up with him, entered the appropriate part of the tent, stood there, and observed lest any item of food should be missing. To the poor were given, apart from food, a lot of alms in cash. On the morrow, according to the custom of our country, on the 40th day after a person's death, lamentations are being held as on the day of death itself. On the vast field, where the big tent had been pitched, the officers and troops assemble. Emperor Menelik himself was seated in the center, and then the most amazing display of mourning was performed for my father when his ceremonial robes, his Raz's crown, his medals, and his battle arms were carried, and his horse and mules, saddled in golden harness, were paraded in the midst of the army. One of the mourners composed in his honor the following dirge which he recited. The telephonist, when he announced his death, was wrong, it is not Markanin but the poor who died. In the Addis Ababa palace it was being said that no one knew an occasion when similar lamentation and mourning had occurred for anyone. After the demonstration of these lamentations had ceased, the ushers informed the assembled army that they should go home. They then departed and went on their way. But my father's troops, who had come with me from Hara, had remained there quietly, and when they were asked why do you remain when the entire army has left, they replied it is to escort to his camp our master's son, Dejazmach Tafari. When the emperor heard this, he permitted me to go to the camp with my father's troops. When we left, my father's Addis Ababa friends came to join us and to accompany me to the camp, all passers-by on the way stopped and expressed astonishment on account of the extraordinary size of the escort. Owing to this event, other friends of my father's who were living at Addis Ababa, let alone my father's troops, told me they had heard people say among themselves the fact that the emperor is permitting Dejazmach Tafari to go back with his father's army, may be because Menelik is thinking of giving him the governorship of Harar. But my elder brother, Dejazmach Yalma, who had been born to my father before he married my mother, Wazara Oyashimabat, had married Wazara Oasalefach, the daughter of Empress Tetu's sister. For this reason Empress Tetu, used to supporting all her relatives, was said to be exerting herself with a view to Dejazmach Yelma getting the governorship of Harar, arguing that, while there is an elder son, the younger son should not be appointed to his father's governorship. And because there had been delay in the announcement, very many people rose up indicating that the governorship of Harar should be mine. But since, on one hand, Empress Tetu had pestered Emperor Menelik by saying give it to Dejazmach Yelma for my sake, and because, on the other, the time had not yet arrived at which God had determined that I should become governor of Harar, the matter was decided by saying let it go to Dejazmach Yelma. The reason why my father's troops and his friends thought that the governorship should be mine was because they were used to me, being constantly in my company, and because my father, when still alive, had said to them I commend to you my son Tafari. After the decision to give the governorship of Harar to my brother Dejazmach Yelma had been it appeared to be thought that it would upset me and the army if the proclamation were issued while I dwelt in the midst of my father's troops. I was therefore summoned from the camp some 8 days before the date of the proclamation, and it was arranged that I should stay in a tent prepared for me in the palace precinct. Then they ordered some of my father's most loyal officers who had shown particular favor and affection to me, Dejazmach Abba Taber and Fitorari, now Dejazmach Haile Selassie Albana, to stay here at Addis Ababa as suppliants, threatening them for a time with royal displeasure and detention. The reason was that Dejazmach Abba Taber and Fitorari Haile Selassie had firmly assumed that the governorship of Harar would be mine, and it was rumored that the advice had been given on the part of Empress Tetu that, if they were now to go back to Harar, they might at every opportunity make things difficult for Dejazmach Yelma. 8 days later, on the 2nd of Genbat, equals the 9th of May 1906, the emperor's proclamation was issued, to the effect that he gave Harar, the governorate of Ras Markanin, to Dejazmach Yelma, and Salail, the governorate of Ras Daj, to Dejazmach Tafari. As a consequence, my father's army as a whole was distressed. Among them there were many who came to stay with me, leaving their home, saying we shall not go with Dejazmach Yelma and abandon Dejazmach Tafari our master's, Ras Markanin's son whom he had entrusted to us. Among those who remembered me were Fitorari Kulach, Lej, later Dejazmach, Wilder Selassie, Ato Danica Gabaz, Lejalamaya Hu Goshu, later Fitorari, Kagnazmach Wilder Mariam Albana, Ato Subsp, later Bajirond, Ato Hail Wilder Rufa El, later Sahaftelzaz Kagnazmach Defabatcho, Ato Tafara Balor, Kagnazmach Gabrawald, Ato Wake, later Dejazmach, Kagnazmach Dub. During the time when I served as governor of Salail, orders were given to reconstruct the church of the monastery of Debre Libanos which had fallen into ruin. Hence, when the Foundations were excavated, there was found a ring and a piece of gold which was very fine, and which bore an inscription. My deputy, who was carrying out the work there, sent it to me. And it reached the emperor through me. It was thus reckoned to be a great good fortune for me. Having gone, according to the custom of the country, to the governorship of Selassie, the emperor yet permitted me to stay with my retainers. Since I did not wish to be separated from the emperor, it was arranged that my deputy should reside in the governorate of Selassie, while I spent the whole day at the Addis Ababa palace, from 7 a.m. till 8 p.m., 8 whole months of attendance at court. At that time Emperor Menelik had opened a school for young Ethiopians to study foreign languages and had brought teachers from Egypt. While selecting Legiasu, Lejberu, Lej Getachew, and other sons of the G. Riot nobles and placing them at that school, he left me out. And this was a matter of great sadness to me. But when I spoke to him, a few days later, revealing my desire to study, he gave me permission and said, "It is because you were a governor that I thought you chose to live like the nobles, but if you wish to study, then go and learn." Thus I began my studies. But, while at Harar, I had learned French, now at Addis Ababa. Since it was not appropriate to take lessons together with the beginners, they began to teach us separately, fixing some hours for us alone. Those of us studying together were Lej, later Raz, Imru, Ato us for Banti, and Lej Zord Gobana, later Fitorari. After I had remained for about a year in my appointment over Selassie, I was appointed to the governorship of Basso. My brother, Dejazmach Yelma, after having governed for about 17 months following his appointment over Haraj, died at Harar on 29th Maskaram 1900, equals the 10th of October 1907, and when the sad announcement was transmitted by telephone to Addis Ababa and we had grasped it, there was great mourning. Afterwards it again began to be said by the mouth of every man that the governorship of Haraj was to be given to Dejazmach Tafari. But as I have said before, since the time had not yet arrived which God had determined for me to become governor of Harar, on 27th Magabit 1900, equals the 4th of April 1908, the governorship of Harar was given to Dejazmach Balcha, while the emperor gave me part of the governorship of Sidamo. Therefore I had to abandon my studies and was ordered to proceed, together with the army, to my governorate of Sidamo and to take care of the business of government. It was arranged that some 3,000 men of my father's army at Harar should come to me. When my departure for Sidamo was decided, it was conceded to me that Dejazmach Abba Taba and Fitorari Haile Selassie, who had remained in nominal detention, should go with me. Since Dejazmach Abba Taba was alert in everything he did as well as firm in his word and truthful without any falsehood whatever, this was to me a matter of great good fortune. During the period I served in my governorate of Sidamo I had a time of perfect joy, as I encountered no trouble whatever, because there worked for me Dejazmach Abba Taba, being responsible for outside work, and my grandmother, my mother's mother, Wazara o Walataja Orgis, being responsible for the inside work. While I knew that it was proper to exercise judicial functions, a provincial governor, according to local custom, would sit in court. Up to now I had not dared exercising those functions of sitting in judicial assembly, seeing the tenderness of my age. But now, since my appointment to the governorship of Sidamo, I began to pronounce judgment. while sitting in court on Wednesdays and Fridays. While I divided my own previous servants, those who had come to me from my father's army, and the newcomers, who had entered my service after I had gone to Addis Ababa, into 3 parts, making proper adjustments for each according to their rank and assigning their duties, I remained there very happily for about a year. Then, when I heard in 1901, equals 1908-9, that the emperor was gravely ill, I asked for permission to come to Addis Ababa. As the emperor's missive reached me allowing me to come, I went to Addis Ababa in the month of Miazia, equals April 1909, after giving orders to my chiefs in each district that they should carry out their work diligently and that they should guard the country meticulously. Since the Emperor Menelik was gravely ill, he no longer had the strength to undertake any major work, except to appear before the army by coming out into the palace square. Consequently, all the people, great and small alike, felt very grieved. As to all the work of government, it was Empress Tatu who took it on as plenipotentiary. For this reason, as peace became disturbed, many people appeared in the palace precinct endeavoring to stir up agitation. As all this was going on and while Empress Tatu, acting as plenipotentiary, was carrying out all the work of government, envious men began a conspiracy against her to deprive her of her powers and to evict her from the palace. When they asked me to join them in the conspiracy, I told them that I did not wish to enter into their plot, and consequently all the conspirators began to look upon me with enmity. When Empress Tatu heard about my refusal to enter into the conspiracy, she told the emperor and both were very pleased. Although the emperor was gravely ill, at that time his mind was still balanced. Nevertheless, he did not find an appropriate occasion to warn and to reproach the conspirators. As to my refusal to join the conspiracy, I did not tell either the empress or anyone else about it, but those conspirators let out the secret saying Dejazmach Tafari refused when we said to him join the conspiracy. When the empress repeatedly asked me in order to find out about this matter, with certainty, I was firm in my statement that there was no one who had asked me to join the conspiracy. Therefore she declared that she was very pleased about my not letting out the secret and told me, I know the truth. Your refusal to let out the secret is because you are a very discreet man. Since Empress Tatu had heard it being reported that it was in the ministerial council chamber that this matter of the conspiracy had been started, she foiled their plot for the time being by causing the ministerial council chamber to be closed. Furthermore, in the previous year 3 Germans had come on government appointments to an advisorship and posts in medicine and education and were working while frequently meeting the ministers about their respective tasks. Since Empress Tatu entertained some suspicion that perhaps those Germans might have given advice to he ministers to conspire against her, it was reported that, while seeking some pretext, she made them give up their work. Since in that year Dejazmach Abriha, the governor of Indata in the Tigray province, had rebelled, Razabata, while he was still Waksham, attacked Dej Abriha at the end of Maskaram. 1902, equals October 1909, and defeated him. It was reported that other governors of the Tigray province were looking on in silence without coming to the aid of Dej Abriha or Razabata. Emperor Menelik's illness was of the type called paralysis, which prevented him moving all his limbs and carrying out his work, on the 17th of Tekempt 1902, equals the 27th of October 1909, at 9:00 o'clock at night, equals 3 a.m., it suddenly became impossible for him either to move or to speak. And when the officers and the army heard about this, there was great sadness in the precincts of the palace and in the capital. Yet after a few days the illness seemed to relax its hold over him and he appeared to be getting better, but it was not thought that he had many years left till death would overtake him. Chapter 4, about my appointment to the governorship of Harar and its province. 1910. After this, Dejazmach Balcha, who was governor of Harar, was summoned to Addis Ababa. In the month of Tarzas, December 1909/January 1910, and even before he entered Addis Ababa it again began to be rumored by the mouth of the people that the emperor was about to give the governorship of Harar to Dejazmach Tafari. When Dejazmach Balcha, while still on his way, heard this, he began to make strenuous endeavors, immediately on arrival at Addis Ababa, to retain the governorship of Harar by means of intercessors as well as money. But I was biding my time, carrying out my other daily duties and thinking that I could not fail to obtain the governorship whenever it might be God's will to show me favor. Later, one day unexpectedly, Ras Bitwadad Tasama, Ras Bitwadad Mangasha Atikam, Fitorari Hataja Orgis, and Sahaftelizaz Gabra Selas Wilder Arage, while assembled together, summoned me and said, although you are still a youth in age, but because your entire work in governing Sidamo had shown you to be knowledgeable, the Empress has now given you Haraj, which used to be your father's governorate. I bowed and said, with your help I will take proper care of the government of the province, for I know that a great responsibility rests upon me in being governor of Harar. The proclamation in my favor was issued in the Great Square on the 24th day of Yarkata 1902, equals the 3rd of March 1910, and when I went to my home the people's joy could be seen to exceed all bounds. As the diplomatic corps, who had resident consulates at Harar, came to my house informing me of their participation in my joy, they declared, we trust that you will govern Harar in the same fine manner as your father. Until I could go down to my governorate of Harar, it transmitted orders that Fitorari, later Dejazmach, Gabra, who had been my father's loyal follower, should stay there and protect the country as my deputy. While I was preparing for my journey to Harar, it was suddenly reported that Ras Bitwadad Tasama was once again secretly stirring up a plot against Empress Tatu. Although it was Ras Bitwadad Tasama who was the leader of the conspiracy, Dejazmach Gabra Selas Fitorari, later Dejazmach Wasan, Dejazmach Burke, and Dejazmach Med were those who acted as principal supporters. It was said that Dejazmach, later Ras, Dames, who was living there after removal from his governorship, was urging things on secretly rather than openly. A few days after my appointment to the governorship of Harar, all the nobles assembled in the house of the Archbishop, Abuna Matuas, made various seditious charges against Empress Tatu and proffered advice, expressing their thoughts as follows: we do not want you to enter upon the affairs of government, but you should henceforth remain in the palace, looking after the sick emperor. But Empress Tatu had many partisans and consequently things remained in abeyance, because it caused difficulty to determine the matter. Empress Tatu was strong-willed and an expert in the art of ruling. At that time, I was an admirer of Empress Tatu's regal qualities. Since it was with her help that I had been appointed to the governorship of Harar, the nobles did no dare talk to me about it and reveal the matter. After things had remained in abeyance, without a decision having been reached, for about 15 days, a meeting was called in the house of Fitorari Hatageorgis, and all of us were summoned on 11th Magabit, equals the 20th of March, 1910, and went there. One Razbit Wadad to Sama also came, summoned like the other nobleman, in order to let it appear that he had not entered upon the matter. Afterwards Fitorari Hatageorgis, being the spokesman of the meeting, declared, "We are not pleased about all the work which Empress Tatu is carrying out, and particularly about the appointments and dismissals. Only Dejazmach Tafari's appointment to his father's governorship in Harar is fine and his alone may stand, but the remaining appointments and dismissals are to be cancelled. In future she is not to interfere with us in the business of government." And the speech finished thus: "We all say with one voice, let Dejazmach Tafari's appointment be valid, but it is proper to cancel the other appointments and dismissals." On the morrow, 12th Magabit, equals the 21st of March, being all assembled together, they entered the palace, approached Empress Tatu, and said, "It is our view that the Empress should reside in the palace and look after the sick Emperor on our behalf, but the work of government she should leave to the regent, Razbit Wadad to Sama." When they had finished speaking, Empress Tatu turned her face towards Razbi Wadad to Sama and said, "Why do you put the blame on someone else when you know that it is you who has planned and done this whole thing? I have heard everything for certain. What really saddens me is your operating by stealth. As for government business, when I told you some time ago that I would take care of the ailing emperor and leave affairs of state alone, you sent Raz Mangasha Aitikam as an intermediary, arguing, while you have been carrying on the business of government, without initiating us, so what do we know about it? As for your statement that you will abandon state affairs, this is tantamount to saying, what do I care if things break down? When you said to me, it is by the work you undertake from now on that you can best show gratitude to Menelik, did I not say to you in reply that I would help in every way possible if I can usefully do any work? And again, what is the work that I have done without consulting you? Come. Now, tell me frankly and say, this I had not heard and that I had not known. After having spoken thus, she blamed him for 3 things: 1, for his stirring up secretly the conspiracy; 2, for his sending an intermediary demanding that she should carry on the work of government; 3, that she had not been doing anything without informing and consulting him. After this, as Razbit Wadad to Sama and the other noblemen were ashamed about the matter, they bowed and said, "Forgive us." But since Empress Tatu was very distressed about it, she gave no answer whatever as regards the request for forgiveness, except to weep silently. Nevertheless, the business of government, in accordance with the decision taken in the house of Fitorari Hatageorgis, was transferred in full into the hands of Razbit Wadad to Sama and began to be carried out by him. It had appeared to me proper for this reason that I should wait before going down to my governorate of Harar, but when things were settled I asked Razbit Wadad to Sama's permission to depart but was told to wait. The reason why I was told to wait was that rumors began to circulate outside to the effect that some monks, who claimed to have seen a dream vision, told him if Dejazmach Tafari goes down to Hara, it may become very dangerous to the government of Legiasu. On the fourth day after Ras Bitwadad Tasama had become regent plenipotentiary, he immediately arrested Fitorari Taigalilat, claiming that he was an adversary of Legiasu, and consequently there was for a time a good deal of anxiety on my part. But since man cannot avert what God has willed, it was Ras Bitwadad Tasama's plan to cause Legiasu and me to enter into a covenant, and thus to prevent anything from happening that might be an obstacle in his work. Thus he took me and my father's senior officers to the house of the Archbishop, Abuna Matuas, and all of us entered upon the following covenant with oaths and invocations. 1. That I would not seek, by trickery or rivalry, Legiasu's throne. 2. That my officers would not give me bad advice to seize Legiasu's throne. 3. That Legiasu, looking upon me with eyes of rivalry, would not depose me from my father's governorate of Hara. 4. That Ras Tasama, by giving bad and deceitful advice to Legiasu, would not dismiss me from the governorship of Hara and would not bring about my destruction on account of my alleged rivalry. Since I was subsequently permitted to go down to Hara, I took leave of the great men of rank to whom it is proper to say goodbye by going to each of their houses. Although it was a very delicate time for taking leave of Empress Tatu, I felt that my conscience would reproach me if I went without saying goodbye, hence I went to the palace, took my leave, and set out on my journey. At that time the railway from Addis Ababa to Diadawa had not yet been built, and the journey was extremely tiring for me. We reached Hara towards the end of Miazia, early May. While my deputy at Hara had been awaiting the day of our entry into the city, having prepared a big banquet, it so happened by coincidence that on the day on which I reached Hara it was reported that the English King H.M. Edward VII had died on 28 Miazia 1902. Equals the 6th of May, 1910. Consequently we gave orders that the planned reception in our honor be cancelled and that the flag be flown at half-mast. We then informed the English consul at Hara of our participation in the grief. That we felt a special grief was because, at the time of King Edward VII's coronation as King of England and Emperor of India, my father H. Ras Markanin had gone there as principal envoy of Emperor Menelik and used to tell me, at that time, of the honor with which he had been received by the English royal house. As my father reached London for the coronation and heard of the postponement of Coronation Day on account of King Edward's sudden illness, he went to Westminster Abbey and gave, according to the custom observed in our country Ethiopia, to the church, as a votive offering, a large golden cross and said, coming to London and finding the king in great danger, if I were to return to my country with the celebration of the coronation not taking place I would be considered the harbinger of bad luck. Therefore, my God, let your trust, King Edward, recover. For my sake. My father had told me about this and I also know of the existence there of the cross from a similar encounter, when I came to visit London in 1916, equals 1924. King George V having done me the honor of inviting me, the then Archbishop of Canterbury, the Right Honourable Randall Thomas Davidson, when showing me Westminster Abbey, pointed out to me this golden cross and said, it is the one which your father, H. Ras Markanin, had given as a votive offering for the illness of King Edward. 7 days later the entire ceremony of festive welcome was happily completed, and we set out on the task of administering the country. What it means to administer a large province can only be appreciated by men who have carried the responsibility of governorship. Even when setting down in writing the affairs of administration, the burdens of the task can scarcely be felt by those who just read about it. It may thus seem a commonplace matter to them. However, I had a heavy and very wearisome burden which was different from that of other provincial governors. The reasons are as follows. 1. In my father's time the peasants and soldiers had not known another governor and they lived in concord, recognizing him alone as master and as father. But since my father's death, because of the gubernatorial tenure of Djazmach Yelma and Djazmach Balcha, this state of affairs had changed, and it now fell to me to devise a method by which it was possible to govern by reconciling peasants and soldiers and to please them as in my father's time. 2. Since my brother, Djazmach Yelma, had died shortly after his appointment to Harar and Djazmach Balcha had been appointed governor in succession, 3,000 of my father's army were given to me. These 3,000 had subsequently gone to Walaga, nominally as Legiasu's army. Now, therefore, as they were once again returning to me, I had to re-establish quarters for them. 3. There were many of Djazmach Yelma's and Djazmach Balcha's servants who had remained in Harar because they wanted to stay with me, and I now had to give quarters to them as well. 4. As I informed myself of the Klobakowski Accord into which Emperor Menelik had entered with the French government in 1900, equals 1907-8, concerning all matters dealing with relations with foreigners, I had to operate the yoke of this treaty with which Ethiopia had been burdened. The great among the noblemen, soldiers, and peasants in each district had assembled and come to participate in my joy at my appointment to the governorship of Harar. We told them that in future we would inform them of everything we were going to do about the administration of the country, and then we dismissed them. We were resolved to set out on the task of administering the province. At that time we became convinced that the administrative regulations were at present unwelcome to the army. Nevertheless, these regulations will undoubtedly become familiar in the course of time, and so we carried on with our ideas, conscious that it was necessary to do what is to the benefit of good government. While we were seeking to find all the records with which the governors preceding me had been working, thinking that they would assist us in the task, it turned out to be impossible to find them in full, and only a few of the records of my father, H. Raz Markanin, and of my brother, Djazmach Yelma, were in fact discovered. It therefore became necessary for us to make enquiries and to ask the elders among those noblemen and peasants who had for long been living in Harar. Moreover, the problem of accommodation of the army officers and men had become very troublesome for us. The officers' quarters being in one district, while the men's were in another, they met only during military expeditions, but did not always know each other either by sight or in the chain of command. We were convinced that, unless officers and men lived together in one district, uprooting them from their present quarters, and got accustomed to each other by sight and command, it would be very damaging to good discipline for them to meet at the time of military operations only. Consequently, it was necessary for us to know, first of all, the number of the troops and the extent of their quarters, in order to enable us to make proper provisions. We therefore gave orders that men should tour the districts of Hara province, counting the peasants able to pay taxes, and provide this information speedily by going to each district. When the men who had been ordered to count these peasants returned, after completing their work within 3 months, they presented us with written records, showing that there were 70,000 inhabitants able to pay taxes. After this we arranged for the governorate of Hara to be divided into 12 large districts, as follows: Cha-Cha, Kari, Wabara, Mita, Anya, surroundings of Hara, Garamulata, Afrankalo, Jaso, Jijjiga, Ogaden, Issa and Gorgara. Over these large districts we appointed several principal chiefs and arranged that in each district officers and men, according to their ranks, be properly organized. Landowners, soldiers, and officers had their names entered in the register, and it was arranged that officers and men should stay together instead of being separated from each other, so that they would be found together at a time when they were called up for any reason. It was also arranged to have courts of justice set up in each district to be responsible for each administrative division. Only as far as the administration of the church is concerned, was the time not granted to us to complete matters according to our plan, and for the time being we left it as of old. After my father, H. Ras Markanin, had died, much of the governmental framework which he had established had been destroyed on account of the frequent change of governors of Hara. I therefore felt sure in my heart that the yoke of government was heavy upon the inhabitants, for the provincial governors, Abagus, the district chiefs, Damina, and the local headman, Garada, did not protect the population with impartiality. Consequently, we began to seek an improvement of the situation. The Abagus is in effect the provincial regent. The Damina stands between the people in the district and the tax collector, so that the inhabitants pay their taxes on time. He functions as a controller, lest the tax collector should harm the people either by taxes or in other ways. Some Daminas have charge of perhaps from 20 to 300 peasants. The Garada is a chief who issues orders and acts under the authority of the Damina. This system is the one which has remained in force up to now, it having become customary at the time when the Turks, i.e. Egyptians, had seized Hara for a short time, for about 10 years. After my father's death, when the administrative framework which he had established was progressively disintegrating, some tax collectors were receiving up to $12 in cash, when it was difficult for the peasant to produce the honey tax payable on his land. We therefore commanded the governors and tax collectors not to harm the peasants by their rule, for they had begun to do other similar things which were harmful to the inhabitants. But unless the people heard of this command in form of a proclamation, we were convinced that they were not able to dispute impositions of this sort by refusing to pay, and we therefore promulgated the following proclamation. Proclamation. You who are a Bagus, look out for thieves and brigands in the country which you govern as deputy. If I hear it being said that in a certain province people have been robbed, it is the Abagus who will pay them. You who have no master and are unemployed, enter the town which I have given to the Abagus and stay there, but do not disturb the peasants by being in the villages. If the roads in your respective governorates fall into disrepair, build roads in order not to make things difficult for the traders going up and down the country. Hitherto, work on the Sabbath was forbidden, now you will, in fact, be punished when found working on the Sabbath. As for you who are liable to honey tax and possess honey, I have indicated to your Abagus the proper measure, hence render your honey in that measure. But if you do not have honey, then give in lieu of the honey $4 if you are a garada, $3 as a shpata, 2 as a tenant and 1 as a shepherd. If, however, you possess honey and say I would rather give cash, then you have to pay double the quantity of honey if you are found selling your honey. You being a garada paying the same amount of tax as a shpata, spend $3, like a shpata, for your honey. Garada, shpata, tenant, and shepherd, except if it is difficult for you, your tax is honey, hence hang up your beehives. And you, Malkafma, district collector, do not touch the honey before it is ready. In future, as in the past, work with your damina in all the work that is to be done. Previously I told you by proclamation as follows: having wandered from province to province, yet you have not acquired a new country, hence do not eat up the Kobe Basa. Now I have heard it being said that you are receiving it from the peasants, therefore return to the peasants this money which you have received beyond the terms of this proclamation. And for the future, you, the Abagus and Damina, watch lest the Malkana, district collector, going beyond what has been assigned to them, take away the peasants' money. If the peasants tell you about the money which has been extorted in excess, and if you persist in not returning it to them, and if then the peasants do no work and come to me to complain, then the loss is yours and you will have to pay the money and will then have to get it back from the person who had taken it from the peasants. And as for you, peasants, do not come to me before you have spoken to the Abagus and the Damina. For the 3 annual festivals, i.e. for Maskal, Christmas, and Easter, receive $2 each in lieu of castrated goats, but beyond this you will not receive anything. Hara, 13th Hamil 1905, equals the 21st of July 1913. When the proclamation had been issued, although the Abagus and district collectors were for a time not at all pleased, after a few months they got used to the new administrative rules and discovered their usefulness. As for the peasants, since the yoke of government and taxes was lightened for them, they all set out to do their work with a calm heart. Chapter 5, From the time of my marriage up to my appointment as Crown Prince and Regent Plenipotentiary, 1911-1916. When I had been governor of Harar and its entire province for about a year, stabilizing without mishap the life of peasants and soldiers, of government and of LLs necessary for administration, it was decided, by my wish and by that of my relations, that I should marry. I was in my 20th year at the time, Waizara Manan, now Empress, the granddaughter of Negus Mikael. We were married by church ceremony on 23 Road Hamil 1903, equals the 31st of July 1911. Her character is such that, apart from goodness, there is no evil or malice in her. Ever since we were married we lived together, by virtue of her being fertile, in one family sharing joy as well as sadness. In saying that we lived together sharing joy as well as sadness, I cannot omit writing about the first great sadness, as follows: we were informed at Harar of the death, in 1907, equals 1914/15, of Ras Hala Mariam, Waizara Manan's younger brother. When their mother, Waizara Sin, returned from Wallo to Addis Ababa, it was decided that, because of her brother's death, Waizara Manan should go up to Addis Ababa for the joint mourning. and consequently she set out from Harar on Monday, 30th Janbat, equals the 7th of June, 1915. Having accompanied her as far as Haramaya, we camped by the shore of Lake Haramaya, as we, i.e. Dij Tafari, wished to return to Harar. In the past there was a boat in which the foreigners living at Harar and Diada were used sometimes to enter Lake Haramaya for recreation. We therefore left the tent at 9 o'clock, equals 3 p.m., and went to the lake. There were 10 people who boarded the boat with us to relax on the lake. After we had embarked, we passed towards the center and eventually crossed to the other side. Having stayed a little while on the opposite shore, we entered the boat once again to return to our camp. But the boat was rather old and, as we reached the middle of the lake, it was holed and water began to enter. As the people in the boat scooped out the water with their hats, it did not diminish when they poured it out. Once we had become convinced of the fact that the boat was leaking, that it was impossible to cross with us inside it, and that we were all of us sinking with the boat, we began to swim with great difficulty. But as the lake was wide and it was impossible to cross it by swimming, the following 7 men became exhausted and drowned: Abatasfa, Kagnazmach Gabrawald, Ato Iyalasium, Kaidana Mariam Manyazawal, Azamur, Abba Samuel, Paulos. But I and Dejazmach Hailee Selassie were going under and coming up again. Dejachabriha's servant helped me, as the officers and men who were watching this standing by the shore of the lake became convinced of the shipwreck. All those able to swim threw themselves into the lake, and as they reached us we emerged, having only just escaped from death. As we got out, our soul had barely been prevented from getting separated from our body, but we were unable to recognize anyone or to speak. It so happened that by chance Dr. Zavos, a Greek who had earlier been a physician, was there at that time, and he treated me with medicines as far as possible, and little by little I was able to recognize people's outline. On the morrow they carried me on a stretcher to Amaresa, and from Amaresa took me down to Harar, and on the 12th day, being quite well again, I went up to the church of St. Michael and gave thanks to God. Waizara Manon, being shocked on account of my accident, abandoned her journey to Addis Ababa and returned to Harar. Chapter 6. The reason why the rancor between Legiasu and myself began. After my appointment to the governorship of Harar and my marriage to Waizara Manon, I lived happily for about a year. But thereafter, since in this world joy and sadness always alternate, my joy began progressively to change into sadness. The reason for this is as follows. After the death of Ras Bitwadad Tasama, who had been Legiasu's guardian and regent of the empire, no other guardian had been appointed for Legiasu. But the latter thus sought in everything the company and counsel of worthless men who only wanted their own immediate profit, while the great nobles and ministers became hostile and removed their hearts from him. Those worthless men whom he had made advisers associated with some foreign traders and said, "We are importing from abroad commodities like this, we are sending abroad goods like that, hence excuse us customs duties." Very few only were those who sought the truth and advised him as follows: quite apart from obtaining permits by fraud, if they do this your government will be harmed; if they do that your government will profit; if they do this rotten thing, the people will be hostile. Furthermore, when he claimed, by virtue of his Wallo descent, to be descended from the Prophet Muhammad, counting back some 40 generations, and when he worked for a meeting and rapprochement in faith with the Muslims, he would not accept it if anyone tried to advise, lay off, for it is this sort of thing that will bring damage upon your government and upon yourself. He began to arrange for the palace arms and all the other excellent equipment to go to Negus Mikael. While, in doing all this, he was aware of everybody's hostility, and instead of watching things by being in one place, he did a great deal of roaming about, joyfully invading tranquil provinces and killing people, sometime going to Jimra, another to Wallo, yet another to Adel country, and sometimes to Hara. The blood of many was flowing. When he returned from his trips, the nobles and ministers, tendering advice and getting angry, all despaired when they realized their inability to restore his mind to sanity. There were, however, some who advised him as follows: if the honor of the great nobles of Menelik's time were reduced and their rank diminished, then it would be convenient for you to raise to office the humble. It would assuredly result from this that these minor figures will respectfully love you alone, and with their support you will be able to act as you wish and to destroy your enemies. As this appeared to him to be true, he began to strive to bring this about. He himself came upon me at Harar in 1907, equals 1914/15, summoned my army's officers and the great among the peasants, and asked at a secret meeting, tell me if there is a wrong that Dejazmach Tafari has done you. He then granted audiences while giving advice to my detriment, stayed for a few days and then returned. I heard this from men who had actually been questioned. Afterwards, in Genbat, equals May 1916, he summoned me to Addis Ababa, and when we had remained together for about 2 months, he set out from Addis Ababa by night on 21st Hamil, equals the 29th of July, without informing me, boarded the train at Akaki, and next morning I heard about his descent to Harar. When I knew for certain that he had gone down to Harar, and although he went there without informing me, I thought it should not appear that I was hostile to his journey there, because he had not given me prior information, for the title to the Harar governorship was mine, and I therefore wrote him a letter as follows: if you are staying at Harar, let me come there; if you are returning to Addis Ababa, I shall return together with you. When I had sent him that letter by the hand of my servant Zalika Kalala, he wrote back to me on 28th Hamil 1908, the 5th of August 1916, as follows: I had told Bitwadad Hailee that he should inform you of the reason why I came to Harar. If you were to come to Harar now and then to return with me to Addis Ababa, the railway deficit would be very great for you, because your army is so numerous, hence stay there. If I were to stay here for a long time, I would write to you again. When he entered Harar city, evil men, who came between us and tendered advice that he should dismiss Dejazmach Tafari from the governorship of Harar and appoint himself, began to press him to put into practice the counsel they had earlier proffered, for now they had Iesu to themselves. Therefore, on 7th Nahas 1908, equals the 14th of August 1916, he summoned my deputy, Fitorari Gabra, and gave orders that all the camping places in the hands of Dejazmach Tafari's servants be seized, apart from those occupied by government troops. He then transmitted the following orders by telegram to Bitwadad Hailee: I have assumed, with immediate effect, the governorship of Harar. I have given the governorship of Kaffa to Dejazmach Tafari, let him be told. He informed me that I was to go to Kaffa at once, as these were Legiasu's orders. Subsequently he, Legiasu, sent me a letter direct, written on the 10th of Nahas 1908, equals the 17th of August 1916, stating, I have appointed Haram my own personal governorate, I have placed under your governorship Kaffa and Magi, and under your authority Gure Fada. When the people at Addis Ababa, great and small, heard this, they declared openly, the fact that he, Legiasu, is taking away the governorship of Harar from Dejazmach Tafari is not so much for the governorate but because he has been converted to the Islamic faith and for the sake of further rapprochement to the Muslims. At the time of the Great World War, when some foreigners presented to him, Legiasu, their view, even though you cannot help the English, the French, and the Italians, who are Ethiopia's neighbors at the frontiers, with armed force, it would be good if you would at least assist with provisions, i.e. with food, yet he did not listen. Instead, he had begun on an exchange of secret correspondence with the peoples surrounding Ethiopia, the Adalites and the Somalis, with a view to resisting the Allies. But as the representatives of the three governments resident at Addis Ababa had discovered this exchange of secret letters, they made an official approach and, it is reported, presented the correspondence to Bitwadad Haile Georgis. When the leaders of Ethiopia found out about this whole affair, they became convinced of the need to depose Legiasu. But as it appeared to them likely that their secret would be betrayed if they were assembled together for consultation, they chose servants as trusted messengers and began to correspond through them as go-betweens. But some met by night at a hidden place and, after talking to each other face to face, separated again. Others again were asking, inform us first about the successor once Legiasu is deposed, but the party which approved of Legiasu's deposition began to grow steadily, since they gladly accepted the opinion when they were told, we shall put Emperor Menelik's daughter, Wazaro Zorditu, on the throne and shall appoint Ras Markanin's son, Dejazmach Tafari, as crown prince and regent. When they asked me to enter upon these consultations, I replied when I first departed for my father's governorate of Haraj to take up my appointment, Ras Bitwadad Tasama took us both, Legiasu and myself, to the house of the Archbishop, Abuna Matthews, and caused us to enter upon a covenant, by oaths and invocations, that Legiasu should not depose me from my governorship of Haraj and that I should not seek his throne by foul means. But now Legiasu has violated the solemn covenant of oaths and invocations, has dismissed me from my governorship of Haraj, and for my part this is sufficient evidence. Furthermore, I said to them, since you have now convinced me of Legiasu's conversion to Islam, there is nothing in which I differ from you. And they gave me adequate information by reading out everything they had written, so that it be proof to the people for the future. Chapter 7, from the deposition of Legiasu on 17th Maskaram 1909, equals the 27th of September 1916, to the assumption of the crown by Queen's Order 2 on 4th Yakata 1909, equals the 11th of February 1917. While Legiasu went to and fro between the towns of Diadawa, Harar, and Jijjiga, and while he assembled Adalites and Somalis giving them medals and arms, he stayed there. Deagle. Aring, I am on your side in respect of religion. It was then heard that Muslims were mocking, he is neither Christian nor Muslim. On the 17th day of Maskaram 1909, equals 27th September 1916, on the day of the great feast of Maskal, it was arranged that the nobles with the army, and the Archbishop Abuna Matthews, and the Echejwalda Georgis with the priests, should assemble at a prepared place within the precincts of the palace, and when they had all arrived and taken their seat according to their rank, the following indictment against Lej Iesu, which had been secretly prepared, was read out. The Christian faith, which our fathers had hitherto carefully retained by fighting for their faith with the Muslims and by shedding their blood, Lej Iesu exchanged for the Muslim religion, and aroused commotion in our midst. In order to exterminate us by mutual fighting, he has converted to Islam, and, therefore, we shall henceforth not submit to him. We shall not place a Muslim king on the throne of a Christian king. We have ample proof of his conversion to Islam. 1. He married 4 wives, claiming, the Quran permits it to me. Of these wives, one is the daughter of Abu Jafar of the Jimma nobility, the second is the daughter of Haj Abdullahi of the Haran nobility, the third is the daughter of Abu Bakr of the Adil nobility, the father of the fourth, Dajjaj Jot, became a Christian and baptized his daughter, while she lived under her baptismal name Scala Mariam. It was to Dajjaj Jot's daughter that he, Lej Iesu, later on, after his conversion to Islam, gave the Muslim woman's name of Momina. 2. He built a mosque at Jijjiga with government funds and gave it to the Muslims. 3. At that time he sent to Mahazar Bey, the foreign, Turkish, consul resident at Addis Ababa, as he was celebrating the Ramadan feast, our Ethiopian flag, on which there was written the Lion of the tribe of Judah has prevailed, and adorned with the sign of the cross, on which he had caused to be written the following words, in Arabic: there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is the messenger of Allah. 4. He wore Somali Muslim clothes and the Muslim turban, held the Islamic rosary, and was seen to prostrate himself in the mosque. 5. He was seen praying and reading the Quran, having had it transcribed in Amharic characters. 6. On the headgear of his special guards he had embroidered the legend, there is no God but Allah. 7. Raz Markanin had built a church at Harar and had made the area adjoining the church into a dwelling for the clergy, giving the Muslims a place in exchange. Then, 32 years later, he, Lej Iesu, expelled the clergy and restored it to the Muslims. 8. When a girl was born to him, he saw to it that she would grow up learning the Muslim religion, and he gave her to the Muslim Madam Hanafi and said, bring her up on my behalf. 9. He despised the descent of Menelik II, which comes direct from Menelik I, and claimed to be descended from the Prophet Muhammad. Assembling the great Muslim sheikhs, he spent the day convincing them of his genealogical calculations. 10. The day on which our great king, Emperor Menelik, who had bequeathed him the throne, died, instead of mourning and of arranging lamentations, he went out horse riding to Janmeda, and spent the day playing combat games. He forbade Menelik's body to be buried with dignity, and thus it has remained up to now. We possess a great deal of further similar proof against Lej Iesu. Therefore, having deposed him, Lej Iesu, we have placed on the throne Waizarao's order to Emperor Menelik's daughter. We have appointed Dajazmach Tafari, the son of Raz Markanin, crown prince, with the rank of Raz, and regent of the empire. When the reading of this proclamation was concluded, All those assembled said with one voice, "We accept gladly, hence let it be carried out with success." The Archbishop, Abuna Matthews, and the Echejwalda Georgis spoke the following final words: Legiasu has repudiated the Christian religion and, because he has been converted to the Islamic faith, we have excommunicated him. You will be excommunicated if henceforth you follow Legiasu and submit to him, instead of living strong in the Orthodox faith and watchful of the freedom of your government. Afterwards the proclamation was issued by which the throne and the crown went to Queen Zor Datu, while the succession to the throne and the regency plenipotentiary went to me. The text of the proclamation was then transmitted by telephone to the princes and nobles and all the provincial governors in the whole of Ethiopia. As it was about 40 years since Negus Mikael had been converted from Islam to Christianity, he had been mentioning to some of the nobles his sadness at his son's conversion to Islam. Consequently, the text of the proclamation was transmitted to him in the thought that he was bound to be allied with us now as regards his son's deposition. When Legiasu, staying at Harar, heard about his own deposition, the enthronement of Queen Zordatu and my appointment as Crown Prince and Regent Plenipotentiary, he collected Somalis and Adalites and arranged for disturbances to be created in the city, as Christians and Muslims were now fighting on separate sides. Some 500 men from both sides died. As Djazmach Balcha and Kagnazmach, now Raz, Imru were at the time at Harar, they were seized, but Legiasu released Djazmach Balcha under oath that he would not get separated from him. Kagnazmach Imru, however, he kept under detention. All my officers and servants, with few exceptions, who were at Harar deserted Legiasu, departed for a district called Kasa, and began to wait there in proper battle formation. Kagnazmach Imru escaped from the place at which he had been detained and went out there. This is what happened to Legiasu subsequently, having collected a regular body of troops. He appointed Djazmach Gugsa Alio as army commander, since it was reported that Legiasu had dispatched him to Awash. We made Djazmach Aliu Beru army commander, and sent Djach Hala Mariam Lama, Djachad Maju Beru, Leg Ababa Damtor, Leg Dasta Damtor, Fitorari Makyori Agamaim, and added other regular troops. They encountered each other at a railway station called Miasu, and on the 25th of Maskaram, the 6th of October, they defeated Djazmach Gugsa Alio. He himself, however, escaped by train and entered Diadawa. When Legiasu saw that the Christians at Harar and its entire province as well as the Muslims were deserting him, he went down to Diadawa and seized about all he could of the money in the treasury. What he could not take, he sent to Djibouti by the hands of Muglabai, and then travelled by way of the Adel Desert to reach his father's governorate of Wollo. But a telephone message had been transmitted to Negus Mikael to the effect, "As your son has gone over to Islam, we have deposed him, have enthroned Queen Zordatu, and have appointed H. Tafari Markanin Crown Prince and Regent Plenipotentiary." When Negus Mikael realized this, he said, "I had been striving to make my son firm in the Christian faith, even to the point of angrily counseling him, but nevertheless I cannot silently look on while they take away from him the throne which his grandfather, Emperor Menelik, had given him." It was reported then that Negus Mikael had mobilized his army by proclamation and was marching towards Sho. Therefore, the princes, nobles, and ministers jointly sent him the following message in writing. May it reach Negus Mikael, whose authority is written upon his shoulder, King of Zion. You, the king, know that all the work which your son, Legiasu, has accomplished from the time he became crown prince up to the present was childish behavior. When we meant to train him with reproachful counsel, we did not find the occasion because, to our chagrin, he never stayed long enough in one place. When at times we managed to find him and tendered advice, he would not accept our view. When we watched him patiently, lest his personality should feel offended, thinking that perhaps one day soon he would become aware of his government's need and of his own rank and honor and perhaps abandon his youthful pursuits, yet he had still not had enough of these purely and began striving to establish Islam in our country Ethiopia, which had lived steadfast in her Christianity for some 1,600 years. Since Abrihar and Asbahar and Salama, the revealer of the light. When in the previous year he came to Wallow, you, O king, know yourself all the things he did together with the Muslims during the rainy season. Again, we have heard of your angry counsel to Legiasu, when you recognized that his heart had been alienated from the Christian faith, and said to him, I beg you, my son, abandon this plan of yours, yet even you, O king, did not prevail. And now we are sending you, together with this letter, photographs of him which prove all the things he has been doing jointly with the Muslims. When he went down to Hara secretly without informing us, we had suffered all this patiently, but when all of us together, including the Archbishop and the Echurch, sent him a letter requesting him to come to Addis Ababa, at any rate for the New Year celebrations, he persisted in not coming. Our anxiety in acting in this manner arises from the thought lest the Christian faith be extinguished and, for this reason, the blood of Christians be shed in vain and our country pass into the hands of foreigners. May the king thus be very mindful of this matter. It is known that the people would not have risen up unless they had been certain of this. Moreover, we would remind you of the extinction of your name as well, for it is bound to remain recorded in history for future generations, because of Legiasu, Negus Mikael's son. The Christian religion was eclipsed in Ethiopia, and the Islamic faith expanded. In writing all this to the king, it is not that we have acted thus with the intention that Legiasu be harmed or, in particular, that the king be antagonized, but it is with the thought that we should act jointly for what is of benefit to our religion and to our government. Your plans do not diverge from ours, for we know that you love Emperor Menelik and all of us and are much concerned for the Christian faith. 24th Maskaram 1909, the 5th of October 1916. After this letter had reached Negus Mikael, he refused to return in any circumstances, and as our envoys informed us by telephone of his marching forward, we placed the army that was stationed at Addis Ababa at the time under the command of Ras Lul Sagad and sent him on in advance. When he reached a shown district called Torah Mosque, he suddenly encountered Negus Mikael's advance troops, and on Tuesday, 7th Dekempt, equals the 17th of October, 1916, we heard by telephone of the death in battle of Ras Lul Sagad, Dajach to Sama Gazmu, Likamakwas. Ababa at Naf Sagad, Fitorari Zord Gobana, Azalafi Abi, Kagnazmach Delnasahu, Azalafi Delnas, Ato Shawai, and other army commanders. Already earlier on our war minister, Fitorari Hatajai Orgis, had left Addis Ababa on 3rd Kempt, equals the 13th of October, and when he reached Koramash after a long march, we arranged that he should stay there distributing to each soldier arms from the war material at Koramash. And we ourselves set out on 9th Kempt, equals the 19th of October. So that the armed forces from each district should arrive by as rapid a march as possible, we informed the army by the following proclamation. The text of the proclamation. Listen, people of my country, Ethiopia. Since Legiasu, digressing from Emperor Menelik's wishes, had openly shown his adherence to Islam, prostrating himself in mosques together with Muslims and tracing back his Islamic genealogy, while setting aside Menelik's curse against him designed to prevent him committing evil deeds, he was unable to carry on the administration, and we, therefore, had to depose him and placed Queen Zordatu on her father's throne. While we were thinking that Negus Mikael was aware of his son's conversion to Islam and that together with us he would be shedding his blood for the Christian faith, he came marching from Wollo to fight us and insisting that we should at once submit to a Muslim king. Therefore, those of you who are men, follow me. After we had issued this proclamation, we marched forward. But since bloodshed among Ethiopians themselves is extremely saddening, I arranged that monks and priors from the monasteries of Debre Libanos and Zaquila and from all the various churches should be selected and come with their crosses to request Negus Mikael to go back to Wollo without making war. But word reached us by telephone that Negus Mikael, far from going back, had in fact seized and arrested the monks who had been sent to bring about peace with us. Became convinced that his decision to engage in battle was now plain and generally known. On 15th Kempt, equals the 25th of October, we set out from Koramash and marched on 16th Kempt, equals the 26th of October, our camp and that of Negus Mikael spent the night opposite each other at a plain of the Tara district called Sargale. On Friday, 17th Kempt, equals the 27th of October, starting at 7 o'clock at night, equals 1 a.m., he, Negus Mikael, stationed his army officers on the right and left flanks, and positioned himself in the center, and when the morning dawned, he began opening fire and launched a surprise attack against our gunners who had been spending the night on guard duty. Thereupon we placed our war minister, Fitorari Hatageorgis, at the front, Raz Kassa at Negus Mikael's rear, and the remaining Razes and Djazmatches on the right and left flanks. When we had joined the entire army at the rear, we engaged the enemy in battle. When we had fought from early morning for about 5 hours and when the shown army, leaping like a leopard seeing a goat, like a lion seeing a cow, entered in battle formation, swords drawn and fighting hand to hand, Negus Mikael was defeated and captured. Of his army many died and many were captured, while those who remained fled and returned to Wollo. When Legiasu, having to travel by way of the Adel country and marching fast to reach the battle, arrived at Ankaba, he heard of Negus Mikael's defeat. He retraced his steps and got to the Wollo region by the Adel detour. Although it was generally known that Negus Mikael had been captured, this was a formality only. In fact, we arranged everything befitting his dignity, so that no humiliation whatever should affect him. As for the other Sonus, since we have no other quarrel with Wollo and mindful of the fact that we are all natives of one Ethiopia, we allowed them, by proclamation, to go back to their country of Wollo after their release. As we announced the story of the victory to Addis Ababa by telephone, all the people of the capital, from Queen's Order 2 downwards, were overjoyed. When we got back to Addis Ababa on Thursday, 23rd to Kempt, equals the 2nd of November, Queen's Order 2, seated in a vast tent at Janmeda, and the people of the capital being assembled in full, received us with a great parade, with ululating and with joy. Chapter 8, from the coronation of Queen's Order 2 up to Legiasu's defeat at Wollo, and subsequent escape. Since it had been resolved in council that Queen's Order 2's coronation should take place on 4th Yarkata 1909, equals the 11th of February 1917, we began passing on instructions to all chiefs that everything necessary for the celebration of the coronation be prepared. There were invited to come to Addis Ababa for the coronation the governor of Bajmeda and Semyon, Ras Wilder, Georgis, the governor of Salail, Borana and Dara, Ras Kassa, the governor of Gojam, Ras Hailee, the governor of Tigray, Ras Siam, and other governors of the large provinces. The political atmosphere at that time was grave for invitations of this kind. Respectful invitations to come to the coronation were sent to the governors of foreign countries coterminous with Ethiopia, i.e. the governor of the British Sudan and of British Somaliland, as well as the governor of French Somaliland. When all those invited had arrived, on Sunday the 4th of Yarkata, equals the 11th of February 1917, in the great cathedral, the Church of St. George, Queen's Order 2 was anointed with the oil of kingship at the hands of the Archbishop, the Abuna Matthews, and wore the imperial crown. After this, according to the law of the ordinances of kingship, it was once more proclaimed, in front of those assembled within the precincts of the church, that Queen's Order 2 sitting on her father's throne was assuming her reign, and I was becoming crown prince and regent plenipotentiary. 8 days later, on 11th Yarkata, equals the 18th of February, Ras Wilder Georgis was crowned by Queen's Order 2 and proclaimed Negus of Gondar. For the Sake of his kingship, authority over the Tigray province was added for his enhancement. In making once again proper balances and adjustments for provincial appointments and demotions, we gave to Ras Wale his erstwhile governorate of Yarju, to his son, Ras Gugsa Wale, the Sayant region, and to Ras Abata the 7 tribes of Wollo, Negus Mikael's former governorate. When Legiasu heard of the appointments and dismissals that had been made, he hurried down from Magdala and marched to Yarju, as the news reached us that he had clashed with Ras Wale's younger son, Dijazmachamaid. Defeating and capturing him, it became clear to us that henceforth there could be no peace or security unless Legiasu were seized. We therefore arranged for a large army, under the command of our war minister, Fitorari Georgis, to proceed to Wollo, to search strenuously for Legiasu and to capture him. When Fitorari Georgis reached Wollo, he heard that Legiasu was collecting an army. While roaming the country here and there, he then took the city of Disi and began waiting for Legiasu there. The principal commanders with Fitorari Georgis were Ras Abata and Ras Kassa, and with them were Dijazmach Kabeda Tasama and Dijazmach Hailee Mariam Lama, as well as Dijazmach Makuria Garmaim and other military commanders. After Legiasu had collected a sizable army, he appointed his father's army commanders, i.e. Ras Yamar as commander-in-chief and Fitorari Sarabazu as deputy commander. On 21st Nahas 1909, equals the 27th of August 1917, early in the morning, he launched an attack, joined battle, and fierce fighting took place. Fitorari Hatageorgis, without leaving his walled emplacement, resisted vigorously and emerged victorious, while Ras Yemar was captured. But Fitorari Sarabazu died in the battle. When Legiasu heard of the capture of Ras Yemar and of the death of Sarabazu, he escaped galloping off on his horse quite alone and made for the countryside. The news of the victory was transmitted by wire the same day, and there was great rejoicing at Addis Ababa. But since in this world joy and sadness are mixed, Ras Abata, who had been ill for some time, rose on the day of the battle, refusing to stay in bed in his tent, and spent the day fighting. As a consequence his illness became worse, and on 6th Tekempt 1910, equals the 16th of October 1917, he died. When the death announcement reached us, there was great mourning. We arranged for his body to be taken to Debre Libanos, went down there ourselves and had him buried with high honors. As a memorial we caused his sword to be buried with his body. Chapter 9, about the dismissal of ministers and the outbreak of an influenza epidemic. About 10 years had elapsed since ministers were, first, appointed. In any event, since the people as a whole were very incensed about the ministers' negligence to carry on equitably the business of government and about the gradual deterioration of every aspect of the work, they rose up in league with each other and indicated that the ministers should be changed for the good of the people. But as it had not hitherto been customary for the authority of the people to intervene in the appointment and dismissal of ministers, we argued on their behalf to the best of our ability by refusing to dismiss them. In thinking to calm matters, we arranged for the ministers to depart for the time being, until new ministers could be selected and appointed. The entire work had to be carried out on our responsibility alone, and this caused great fatigue to us. After this, from the 1st Hidar to the 30th, equals 10th November 90th December, there broke out at Addis Ababa and in all the other provinces of Ethiopia an influenza epidemic, and in the city of Addis Ababa alone more than 10,000 people died. But I, after I had fallen gravely ill, was spared from death by God's goodness. The great war that had raged in Europe came to an end in this year, and the Germans and the Turks were defeated by France, England, Italy, and by the other Allied governments. Leg. Iesu had not at that time permitted us to help even by supplying provisions to our neighbors, and, although we had stood apart, the victors were our neighbors and we, therefore, decided to send envoys to them to congratulate them, adding some money for the aid of the wounded. The following were selected for this task. To the French government, Dejazmach Wilder Gap el Bashar as principal, and included in his delegation were Dejazmach Shbashi Bayan and Nagordras Zorga. To England and the United States, Dejazmach Nad as principal, and included in his delegation were Ato Hirui Wilder Selassie and Cantabar Gabru. To the Italian government, Dejazmach Getachew Abata as principal, and included in his delegation were Fitorari Mangasha Webb and Azaj Dargaf. They departed from Addis Ababa in April-May 1919, and returned when they had concluded the business for which they had been sent. Chapter 10, about Legiasu's arrest in Tigray. Legiasu, having fought a TDC with our war minister, Fitorari Hatageorgis, and having been defeated, had escaped into the Ossa desert, when he had stayed there for about 2 years, wandering to and fro. He emerged from the desert and was rumored to have gone to a place called Kepsia. The governor of Tigray, Razsium, had for a time tried to make peace with him, Legiasu. But as it was extremely difficult to say, give up the notion of kingship and crown, and let someone else take them, he abandoned reconciliation and made him leave his governorate. Thereupon he went away from Razsium's domain and entered that of Razgugsa area. When we heard of this, we transmitted orders to Razgugsa that he should search for him and capture him. Razgugsa indicated as follows: I wish to undertake the search, but as Legiasu had secret conversations with Razsium, I am afraid the latter might come and snatch him away. Therefore, let some men come to me as his guards. We therefore sent to Tigray, for the arrest of Legiasu, later Raz, Dasta Damtor as internal, personal, guard, and Dijazmach Getachor and Dijazmach Hailee Selassie, Fitorari Wake, Dijach Wasan Turf, and Dijach Wilder Selassie, so that they should act, together with Razgugsa, as external guards. We were at Disi, having travelled there, departing from Addis Ababa on the Thursday after Easter, 27th Miazia 1913, equals the 5th of May 1921, in order to listen on all sides. The governor of Gojam, Ra. S. Hailee, was summoned and we met as he entered Disi in battle order. When Razgugsa informed us of the arrest of Legiasu after a successful search, we ordered him to come to Disi at once with the captive, and he brought him along and handed him over. Razsium was also summoned, and we took away from him the governorship of Adwa as a punishment for sending off Legiasu without arresting him, and gave the governorship to Dijazmach Gabra Selassie. To Razgugsa we gave an additional governorship, on top of his previous one, for capturing and bringing in Legiasu. We made a number of adjustments in promotions and demotions and gave leave to Raz Hailee to return to Gojam. We went back to Addis Ababa and got there on 12th Hamil, equals the 19th of July 1921. We dispatched Legiasu to Salail, to fish, and arranged that he should reside there guarded by our faithful Razkasa. As Legiasu had remained at liberty for about 4 years since his deposition in 1909, equals 1916, some idlers had not ceased causing trouble. But following Legiasu's arrest there had been great benefit to the country in the progressive spread of peace and security. Chapter 11, about men who were an obstacle to the work of government by coming between Queen's Order 2 and myself. There had existed between Queen's Order 2 and my father, H. Raz Markanin, a friendship of mutual confidence and consideration, over and above their relationship, and seeing me with my father's she showed for me almost a mother's regard. Moreover, Legiasu had done us some sort of injustice intending to sadden and to offend both of us. He had forcibly evicted Queen's Order 2, lest she should dwell in her father's capital, Addis Ababa, and sent her to Falay to stay there like a prisoner, lest I should live in my father's city of Harar or in the capital, Addis Ababa. He had ordered me, by threat of force, to go to Kaffa, pretending it was by way of an appointment. But as God in his goodness had caused Legiasu to be deposed, and us to be chosen, Queen's Order 2 to Ethiopia's crown and throne, and me as Ethiopia's Crown Prince and Regent Plenipotentiary, we marveled at this and lived in amity and concord. Previous to that, on 17th Mascarum 1909, equals the 27th of September 1916, the officers with the troops, the archbishop and the echurch with the priests, being assembled together and proffering advice, while choosing the Queen for crown and throne and me for the succession to the throne and the regency plenipotentiary, had defined for us the following allocation of duties for our establishment and our work. 1. That the Queen should take the honor of crown and throne and be called Queen of Queens. 2. That I, being called Crown Prince of Ethiopia, should beyond that take the regency plenipotentiary and carry out in full all the work of government. 3. That I, selecting the officers of the army, should appoint and dismiss them. 4. That I, sitting in court, should judge all the civil and criminal appeals which the judges had handed down in the first instance. 5. That I should conclude by negotiations any matters whatsoever concerning relations with foreign governments. After we had carried on, for about a year, undertaking in accord the work that had been assigned and given to us, some men who were seeking their own profit alone came between us and set about attempting to destroy our unity and to estrange us from each other. What they told the Queen as principal proof of their contention was that, if appointments and dismissals and all the other aspects of government remained in the hands of the Crown Prince, there would be no one who would fear and respect the Queen, for it was necessary that the authority of the Queen should enter in the appointment of army officers and ministers, in the balancing of provincial governorships and the establishment of hereditary land rights, in the allocation of money and in all similar matters. They sought to establish that judicial decisions which those who acted as judges had handed down should not, after they had come before me on appeal, be upset against them. They, therefore, told the Queen that it would be good if she sat in court, pretending that it was for the sake of the Queen's honor. The object of all this was to see that old habits should not be changed and education not be developed. Apart from this, everything I was doing I intended to be for the dignity of the realm and for the prosperity and welfare of the people, yet they were talking to the Queen by interpreting all this in a bad way and by dissimulating to her. For example, 1. When I granted a contract to a French company called Bayard, thinking that it would be of great advantage to government and people if the minerals existing in Ethiopia were extracted by it from where they lie buried, they spread the rumor as if we had by this inflicted damage upon our country. 2. If aeroplanes were introduced into our country, then it might be with the object of scaring off and frightening some idlers who were disturbing the country's security. When, therefore, I arranged for an aeroplane to arrive that had been purchased from France with the intention that it should expedite the turnaround of postal services and transport of people in each province, they spread it about that this was to destroy by plane the entire Queen's party and to deprive her by force of crown and throne. Moreover, I encountered great trouble in setting free the slaves. As to these men who were speaking to the Queen under false pretenses and coming between us, at times she would follow their counsel without examining its uselessness to the government, yet useful to themselves, hence I had great trouble in carrying out the work of government according to my plans. Nevertheless, some great noblemen, notably Ras-Kassa, would speak to the Queen, as they were saddened at the work of government being frustrated by the fraudulent advice of a few men and at our remaining behind in civilization. They convinced her of the usefulness for us in carrying out the work of government according to the assignment we had been given when the Queen and I were first chosen. She therefore disregarded most of the advice tendered to her by others. Chapter 12, about the improvement, by ordinance and proclamation, of internal administration and about the efforts to allow foreign civilization to enter Ethiopia. Ever since the 17th Mascaram 1909, equals the 27th of September 1916, when I became Crown Prince of Ethiopia and Regent Plenipotentiary, until now in 1928, equals 1935, when this great danger came upon us by the violent activity which Italy unleashed against us, we did not cease to struggle, to the utmost extent possible, for everything that appeared to us to render honor to the government and prosperity to the people. Although we appointed ministers for all the work, there was yet a great deal of thought and effort required of us, since the ultimate responsibility was ours. Moreover, according to the custom of Ethiopian kings which has survived from antiquity, we sat in court 2 days in every week, Wednesday and Friday, as it was a principal aspect of our work to adjudicate cases on appeal. Thus we had no time for respite. Apart from the minor chores which we carried out daily and apart from what we have forgotten a cause of the lapse of time, the following is some of the major work which we now remember. 1. Prior to 1909, equals 1916, ministers had been appointed for all the work of government. But no proper allocation of duties in writing had been given to them for all their work, and as they did not have adequate office accommodation, it was in their private houses that they frequently carried on their ministerial business. But from 1913, equals 1920, onwards the operations of government were gradually straightened out as we imported from Europe regulations and books which were suitable for all their work, and as we arranged for offices to be built for each of the ministers and provided them with some foreign advisers whom we assigned to their ministerial activities. 2. The entire situation in the courts did not work out equitably, but from 1914, equals 1921, onwards we provided each court with written regulations and reference books, and consequently things gradually improved very much. Moreover, by virtue of our causing to stop the cutting off of hands and feet, which had been laid down in the Fethernagast and had been customary for a very long time, and of similar cruel punishments, our whole people were very pleased. 3. The custom as regards punishment which had persisted since ancient times was that, if a man had committed a criminal act, the judge had the power to do as he pleased. If the punishment was in terms of money, he could decrease or increase the fine. If it was in terms of imprisonment, he could shorten or lengthen the period of imprisonment, but there was no fixed punishment either in terms of fines or imprisonment. Thus, if the judge thought to benefit his friend by his judgment or to injure his enemy, there was no law that would prevent him from doing so. Consequently, if 2 men were caught having committed the same crime, the judge was able, if he so desired, to punish one and to let off the other without punishment. But since 1923, equals 1930, we had established a criminal code which provided that every act that was criminal having been laid down in detail, whoever had committed a certain crime would pay such and such a fine or be imprisoned for such and such a period. Consequently, we saw to it that arrest and release according to the judge's whim ceased, i.e. that he could no longer benefit his friend and injure his enemy or impose fines as he pleased. Justice now took a road that had honor. Again, after a murderer had been condemned to death, either by confessing to the murder or by witnesses testifying against him, he used to be handed over to the avenger, i.e. the victim's closest relative, who would, in front of the assembled people, kill him in any manner he wished, by battering him as he pleased and by increasing his anguish. But now we have set up a special place where a murderer is to die and have arranged that the government executioner alone, without anyone seeing it, should kill him painlessly with a rifle that possesses a special aim. For, with a view to having disputes settled in an improved manner when natives and foreigners were engaged in litigation, we caused, from 1913, equals 1920, onwards, special courts to be established and appointed judges expert in the law. As we assigned to the judges foreign advisers knowledgeable in law and justice, the administration of justice greatly improved. The advisor appointed for this task was a native of Switzerland, M.O. Burson. This grave accord affecting the honor of the country had been contained in the treaty which the French envoy, M. Klobakowski, had made with Emperor Menelik in 1900, equals 1907-8. 5. As there did not exist in Ethiopia anything like an adequate printing press for books, all books had to be written by hand. Consequently, all the people had great difficulty in finding and in reading books. The reason was that it was not possible to make available to everybody books written by hand because the price was very high. From 1914, equals 1921 to 2, onwards we purchased from our private money 2 book printing presses, and many books in Ge'ez and in Amharic, with interpretation, were printed. The entire people, therefore, derived much benefit from reading what they could buy at a low price. A weekly paper called Light and Peace and a monthly paper called Revealer of the Light were being printed by these presses. We gave the income of the printing houses as endowment to the Bethsaida Hospital. We desired other printing presses to be established with government money, and when it was handed over to the Moratebab Press, many books and stationery for the work of each ministry as well as all similar matters were printed there. The weekly paper called Amaro was also printed at this press. 6. Prior to 1915-1922, there were no regulations as regards loans. Anyone who possessed money might lend it at an interest rate of 20% to 30%, and when the debtor did not have the money to pay, he would be arraigned before a judge and would be handed over to the lender and be imprisoned until he paid his debt. But from 1915, equals 192 2/3, onwards we ordered that the interest rate should be 9% and that anyone who accepted interest above that should pay a fine. If it turned out that the borrower did not have the money to pay and after it had been ascertained that he did not have cattle or hereditary land that could be sold by auction, we forbade by decree of 1916, equals 1923, that he be handed over to the lender. 7. At Addis Ababa and in the other principal cities lighting in each house was by gas or tallow or wax candle, but there was no electric light. The service, which had started to some extent in 1909, equals 1916-17, had by 1915, equals 1922. 23. Produced excellent electric light in the palace and in the offices of ministers, in the houses of the nobility and along the sides of the great Ras Markanin Avenue, in the major churches, and in the cities of Harar and Diadawa, and in the government buildings of Disi and Marcos. 8. Previously the sons of foreign kings and princes used not to come to Ethiopia. But since 1916, equals 1923 to 4, because we had directed that foreign civilization should enter the country, the sons of foreign royalty and princes would come to Ethiopia for a visit. Chief among these were the Duke of Gloucester, son of the English King, H.M. George V, the Swedish Crown Prince Gustav Adolf, the uncle of the Italian King, H.M. Victor Emmanuel, the Duke of Abruzzi, the Savoy Prince Theodine. 9. Prior to 1915, equals 1922, apart from one motor car, there were hardly any numbers of cars and lorries in Ethiopia. And since, from the emperor downwards, it was by horse or by mule that the nobles as well as the people proceeded, and as the transport of goods and similar things was carried on beasts of burden, it took a long time to reach a planned destination. But since 1915, equals 1922, we had seen to it that many cars, motorcycles, bicycles, and lorries were imported. Consequently, operations of all kinds were gradually accelerated. 10. Up to 1915, equals 1922, the Star of Solomon and O.F. Ethiopia were the only two kinds of medals. But now we caused a gold chain to be made for the Solomon order, and it was to be awarded to foreign kings who had the rank corresponding to that of emperor. We also had an order with gold chain made called the Queen of Sheba order, which is awarded to the queen consort and to foreign queens. In addition to this, we had orders of very high rank made, called the Menelik II and the Trinity order, as well as a military medal and arts and science medals. In their various ranks, many people were awarded these orders. 11. There were few people who could speak foreign languages because there was only one school, the Menelik II School, at Addis Ababa, in which instruction in foreign languages was offered. But since 1917, equals 1924, we established at Addis Ababa and the other major cities schools for instruction in foreign languages. In addition to the schools which existed before, we gave permission and aid to various missions and, consequently, language schools were opened in each province. Furthermore, since many boys whom we had sent abroad had been properly educated, many of them were now able to work in the offices of the various ministries. 12. As there was only one hospital, called the Menelik II Hospital, in existence at Addis Ababa, it was not sufficient to protect the health of the entire population. But from 1915, equals 1922, onwards we had many hospitals established at Addis Ababa and the other major cities. We gave permission and financial aid to various missions and, as hospitals were being built, the health of many people began to be safeguarded. Furthermore, we had arranged to have the Swedish physician, M. Hanna, appointed to the hospital which we had named Bethsaida and which we had established at Addis Ababa with our private money. The hospital's name became well known and widely respected. 13. In previous times, all men who were soldiers were so only by custom, but there was no military school. But from 1911, equals 1918 /19, onwards we established a military college and saw to it that the soldiers should learn the entire military craft at the college. In addition to this we set up, under the auspices of our son Markanin, Duke of Harar, a Boy Scouts movement, so that boys should carry out their duties well. 14. In the past there was only a flag with a lion and the three colors. But from 1920 equals 1927 to 8 onwards we commanded that the emperor's daily and ceremonial flag, while unchanged in the three colors, should differ in the design of the lion and in the gold ornamentation, that the flag of the Queen and of the Crown Prince, of the army and the postal services as well as for ships should be distinct in ornamentation and shape, while unchanged in the three colors. 15. At any time foreign national anthems could be heard in Ethiopia on a gramophone, but there was nothing that might be called Ethiopia's national anthem. But now, since 1920 equals 1927 to 8, there has appeared a distinct Ethiopian national anthem and March to Fari, a military march. It is to be heard at the palace and any other appropriate place, when Ethiopian envoys go abroad and a reception or banquet is given in their honor. When foreign envoys come to Ethiopia, we arrange to have their national anthem played at a reception or banquet in their honor. 16. Since 1900 equals 1907, there had been set up at Addis Ababa the Bank of Abyssinia under the auspices of the National Bank of Egypt, but apart from this one bank there was no other. The excess over and above the profit, stipulated in the treaty when this Bank of Abyssinia was set up, belonged exclusively to the company. Consequently, the position was very difficult for the government and the people. Therefore, in 1920 equals 1927 to 8, we invested our own private money in shares and made the nobles and the people shareholders as far as possible. We then bought the Bank of Abyssinia, having paid off its entire deficit and, consequently, having designated it the Bank of Ethiopia. There turned out to be great advantage in this move. 17. Prior to 1920 equals 1927 to 8, the word aeroplane was not very well known in Ethiopia. But from 1920 equals 1927 to 8 onwards, some aeroplanes having been purchased, we brought them to Ethiopia, and subsequently many difficulties for government and people were gradually alleviated. 18. Since there were no Ethiopian legations or consulates in foreign countries, a special envoy had to be sent for every matter concerned with foreign governments, or a foreign representative, having been specially delegated, had to deliver the message. But since 1921, 1928/9, we ordered legations to be established with neighboring governments and consulates with the far-off ones. All government business was, therefore, dispatched without trouble. 19. As the import of war materials into Ethiopia had been prohibited, the number of worthless idlers in each province increased. But since, from 1920 equals 192 7/8 onwards, it was permitted by treaty that we may purchase arms for the protection of the country, security and peace were established in Ethiopia by virtue of our directions to destroy these faithless men by supplying arms to those protecting the country in each district. We cannot forget, at the time when it was permitted to import these war materials into Ethiopia, the objection of the Italian envoy arguing that the Ethiopian government should not be allowed war planes. This proves that, having destroyed peace, the Italians have been planning and preparing for a long time to make war on Ethiopia. 20. As it has been claimed that it is forbidden by law that bishops be appointed, chosen from among the priors who are natives of Ethiopia, Ethiopians still remain in the position of not being appointed. But since 1920, equals 192 and 7/8, we have emphasized the large number of Ethiopia's provinces and the fact that all believers in Christ are not such by innate distinctness but by virtue of conduct, and because, after discussions, we had succeeded in making this point, we caused the appointment to the dignity of bishop of 5 priors chosen from among Ethiopian nationals, and assigned them to their dioceses. 21. Previously there had not existed the custom to invite the dispatch of special envoys from foreign governments to attend the coronation of the emperor. But now that we have seen to it that Ethiopia should progress on the path to ever higher civilization and that she should strengthen the ties of friendship with foreign governments. When, therefore, we were crowned emperor on 23rd Tekemd 1923, equals the 2nd of November 1930, the representatives of 12 governments came to Addis Ababa and honored our coronation. This proves Ethiopia's ascent to a higher level during our time. 22. The emperor used to carry out, in accordance with his own wishes and directions, any sort of peaceful and military operations, as well as the administration of the country and anything else like this. But now, on the 9th of Hamil 1923, equals 6th July, 1931, we promulgated a constitution, set up a parliament, appointed senators and caused deputies to be selected. We appointed presidents for these and directed that all the business of government should be carried out on the basis of advice from Parliament. 23. The emperor or the nobles used to retain a large army contingent while moving from one province to another, and the people were forced to produce provisions without payment, such as food, forage, and wood. But since 1923, equals 1930 /1, we prohibited by proclamation that the peasants be forced to hand over any of their property, except voluntarily and against payment. 24. As the number of country districts, to which telephone and telegraph communications had been extended, was rather small, it took a long time to bring to an end the difficulties which the government, trade, and the people experienced in every province. Later on, however, because we had directed that telephones be extended to every district and postal communications be established, the difficulties for the government and the people were gradually greatly alleviated. 25. The places at which criminals were being imprisoned used not to possess the cleanliness corresponding to health requirements. But since 1925, equals 193 2/3, we provided, having built it with our private money, a house that possessed washing and clinical facilities, corresponding to health requirements, as well as instruction in reading and writing and manual work. The fettering of criminals by iron and chain fixed at their feet having ceased, we ordered that they be guarded by warders. 26. Every man who possessed land, in addition to the taxes fixed and payable annually, used to be forced to pay additional money on various occasions and to be liable to forced labor without pay. But now, apart from the taxes fixed and payable once a year, we prohibited, by regulation and proclamation, anyone to work forced labor without pay or to render any other excess dues. 27. Needless to say, in Europe there existed wireless telegraphy, clearly audible wireless services were not known in Ethiopia. But since 1924, equals 1931, we had given orders for wireless telegraphy to be established at Addis Ababa and other major provinces, hence every aspect of government business, of trade, and other matters was speedily accomplished, both inland and abroad. In 1928, 193 and 5/6, at the time when we had to fight against Italy, the service was of great benefit. 28, prior to 1920, equals 192 and 7/8, no civil or military uniform indicative of rank had been specified, hence everybody wore the same kind of uniform. But later on, as we had directed that distinctions of rank be made in civil and military dress, the seniority of rank, civil or military, could be recognized by the uniform. 29. For the past 100 years or so, if someone was robbed of money or of other possessions and chattels, there were men, from a family related by descent or by marriage, who claimed to be able to find the thief by giving a drink of medicine to a boy under the age of 15. These men used to live, wandering about at Addis Ababa and in all other districts, by seeking thieves, with the permission of the government, administering the medicine, and receiving payment from people who had lost money. They would claim to have found the thief. If the boy, to whom they administered the medicine, went and entered a man's house and lay on the bed in a trance, or seized the man hitting him with his knee, or forcefully, and lay upon him. If things were done in this way, the man was seized by force by this procedure alone, without there being any indications or witnesses to the theft, and was under an obligation to make payment to the owner who had lost his property. Since deeds like these were being carried out by lies and fraud, they were in a position to hypnotize the Libashai, and to introduce him into the house of an innocent man who had not stolen anyone's property, or to arrest and oppress people by causing the boy to hit someone and to lie upon him in a trance. But afterwards we gave orders for the Libasha method to cease, as we were convinced, after proper investigation, of the fact that it was impossible to find a thief by administering medicine, unless a theft like this had been subject to an examination by a judge, or proper evidence or witnesses. Consequently, there was great rejoicing in every province, as we had protected the people from the iniquities that came upon them in this matter. 30. Although in Ethiopia the emperor was supreme, feudal rule had not ceased. But from 1910, equals 1917 /18, onwards, since we had become convinced that the rule of the landed gentry was detrimental to government and people, we stopped the and gentry in Wollo, Gojjam, Bajmeda, Yajdu, Walaga, and Jimma, and caused other servants of our government to be selected and to be appointed. 31. It had remained customary in Ethiopia for all provincial governors to be military chiefs. But there were no civil rulers. Therefore it was not the custom for the whole country to be under the authority of the government and to allocate taxes, collected by civilian officials, to the army and for other government business, but the governors used to pay the soldiers through their own officers and to give them quarters in their governorate. As we were uneasy about abolishing all at once this custom which had persisted for a long time, thinking that it might provoke disturbances in the country, we arranged to demonstrate this mode of procedure and to make it acceptable in slow stages by placing under the authority of the central government the districts of Jijjiga, Chacha, Bale, Walaga, Sio, and Jimma, and we also saw to it, as an instructive example, that the revenues should be applied to the expenditure on the army and other government business. 32. Because, until about 10 years ago, roads in the various provinces had not been properly made up, there was inevitably a great deal of wasted time and money in traveling from one region to another. But for the past 10 years, as we were convinced of the benefit of roads to government and people, we gave orders that the roads leading from Addis Ababa to the east and west, to the north and south, be properly maintained. Hence districts that could previously be reached in 10 or 15 days can now be reached in 2 or 3 days by car and lorry. Chapter 13, about our pressing for Ethiopia's entry into the League of Nations. When the Great World War was over, it was feared that a similarly dreadful war might break out again in future. Therefore, if, a League of Nations having been established, a quarrel arose between two governments, the willful waging of war having ceased, the matter about which the quarrel occurred would come before the League. After investigation, judgment would be given by the vote of the League, it having become manifest, in accordance with the importance of the conflict, that a certain government had given offense, while another government had been the victim of that offense. On 28th Same 1911, equals the 21st of June, 1919, 27. Governments had reached agreement and signed the treaty, concurring that it was improper for a strong government willfully to attack a weak one or to impose financial sanctions on it. But that, if a government transgressed the wishes of the League, it would be the opponent of the entire assembly and they were all to rise up against it in opposition. The League's principal seat was in the Swiss city of Geneva. Some of the foreigners at Addis Ababa, having given us information by way of friendship, had spoken to us about the League and we had studied a great deal of the literature about it. Consequently, we convened the great nobles and all our ministers and delivered to them the following speech. It would be of great benefit if Ethiopia were to enter the League of Nations. It is necessary, however, in future to improve gradually our entire machinery of government, and therefore we asked them to let us know their present thoughts, lest we should experience difficulties in the League if we failed to improve our governmental procedures, once we had entered the League. The nobles and ministers declared unanimously that it was impossible to effect major improvements within 1 year, but that it was their wish to improve the entire work of government year by year in slow stages, and therefore it was right for us to enter the League. Hence the question of our entry was decided. After this we sent to Geneva a delegation with our letter, on 1st Nahas 1914, equals the 7th of August, 1922, consisting of Dejazmachnad as leader, Ato Hirui Wilder Selassie and Ato Fasika as aides, with instructions that they should sign in our name as soon as our entry into the League had been granted. As our envoys informed us, there was for a time a little difficulty with regard to the application which the Ethiopian government had presented in order to enter the League of Nations. But later on the French delegate, M. de Jalvinel, and the former French minister plenipotentiary in Ethiopia, M. Lagarde, helped a great deal and, consequently, the British and Italian delegates declared their goodwill towards Ethiopia's entry into the League. The Assembly, therefore, gave full approval, and our envoys signed the accord and returned. There was great joy at Addis Ababa. The rejoicing was for no reason other than that we thought that the covenant of the League would protect us from the sort of attack which Italy has now launched against us. Chapter 14, about our efforts to free the slaves and the progressive improvement, year by year, in the struggle for their liberation. It had been customary in the past in Ethiopia, a part of Africa, just as it had been in Asia, Europe, and America, to sell and to buy slaves. Nevertheless, the number of those who arrived by way of sale and purchase was small, for the majority of slaves came through capture in war. The reason is that in Ethiopia, from the 15th to the 18th century, the power of Muslims and pagans had prevailed against her, gradually and little by little, while many of her provinces rebelled against the reign of the emperor, establishing their own nobility and looting the country. But later on the kings before us, and in particular Emperor Menelik, conquered these provinces in battle to restore them as of old to the unity of Ethiopia, and as for all those who had come by way of capture in war, it had been the custom that they should live in slavery to their captor, in accordance with ancient usage. Nevertheless, those who had come as prisoners of war were scarcely distinguishable in appearance, except for a few, from other Ethiopians, and therefore it is very difficult to identify them as slaves. Thus the slavery of some was in name only, but in their mode of living they were not much different from their captors. They were able to purchase and to sell rest, hereditary land ownership, or, like other people, to have rest rights established by the government, to attain officers or ministerial rank in government service, or in the service of the church the rank of deacon, priest, monk, or priorship of a monastic order or the deanship of a cathedral. As they were indistinguishable in appearance and mode of life, they could even be married to their captor or his son or his relations. When their captor died he might leave them rest and money in his will, having treated them like his children. Again, as is the practice all over the world, there are many people in each province who are doing a day's work being taken in service for a wage. Yet, while the Italians knew all this, they spread it about that there were slaves rather than workers employed for a wage in some rich man's house. They spread these rumors exaggerating to the point of perjury. The story which proves this is that of a rich man who was descended from a Galla family and who lived in the Hara region. This man, by the abundance of his goodness and his conscience, said that it was more useful to give one's money to one's relatives than to give it to alien workers, and thus collected the children of his brothers and sisters and relatives and employed them for wages. But the Italian consul at Hara, without knowing or examining all this, wrote a report to his government claiming that such and such possessed so many slaves. As this appeared to his government to be true, it preferred an indictment against us and presented it to the League of Nations. Apart from the slaves who were set free by the proclamation and ordinance which we promulgated as regards the liberation of slaves, we were doing everything possible to set free the slaves by seeking several other opportunities. Thus the governor of the Beni Shangul, Sheikh Hogel, told us that in his country many slaves had gone free by virtue of the proclamation and ordinance, whereupon we said to him, "You cannot expect to be praised for those who are set free on the basis of the proclamation and ordinance, but if you release them of your own free will, that will bring you credit." As he told us, it is with my permission that so many slaves go free. He sent them subsequently to Addis Ababa, and we informed him that we were arranging for them to receive instruction. When those slaves were sent to Addis Ababa, we gave orders that they should receive a certificate of their liberation. They immediately entered a military school and began to study. Many of them were selected for musical education, and and Renicut, whom we had recruited from Switzerland, taught them music. When they had completed their training, we provided them with a uniform and they lived in clean dwellings which we had constructed for them. All the foreign envoys and consuls at Addis Ababa knew about our awarding to one of them, who had excelled in knowledge, the rank and uniform of a lieutenant, command of 100, and about our decorating him with an order. They also knew that others with him had carried out properly their work of musicianship. Everyone who saw and knew this Shankela who had received the rank of lieutenant used to admire him, for his height was 2 to 10 meters. And now we hear that in Genbat 1928, equals May 1936, when the Italians entered Addis Ababa, they captured him and killed him. But in view of what we have done for the emancipation of the slaves and for civilizing them through education, it is amazing that the Italians should make representations to the League of Nations to the effect that Sheikh Hojel had sent to the emperor a special tribute of slaves. As we have shown above, this slavery problem is recognized in the hearts of men as something that is not preordained by nature in terms of master and slave but had yet remained firmly established by custom. Consequently, emperors Theodore, Tewodros, Johannes, and Menelik, who reigned in Ethiopia from 18,458 to 1906, equals 185 and 2/3 to 1913, had promulgated decrees against the sale and purchase of slaves in Ethiopia. But because at that time it was not customary to set up special offices for work of this kind, their intention remained unaccomplished, as it was impossible to observe and enforce the decree on account of the vastness of the country. But now, since we accepted responsibility for the affairs of government as regent plenipotentiary of the Ethiopian realm, we followed on the foundations laid, as regards the liberation of slaves, by the 3 kings whose names have been mentioned above, and let it be known by proclamation, on 22 Magabit 1916, equals 31 March 1924, that in Ethiopia slaves were no longer to be sold or purchased. We promoted an ordinance by which people were to be punished, who in future were found to be selling or purchasing slaves, and by which slaves were to go free who had come by way of purchase or capture prior to the proclamation. At Addis Ababa and in other regions offices and courts were set up by which the proclamation and ordinance were to be enforced, and for this work we recruited an advisor from England. Mr. de Halpert, as judges and secretaries were appointed, and the entire work of administration progressively improved very greatly. Many slaves were set free. Their number was above 100,000. The number of those set free each year is to be found in the Register of the League of Nations at Geneva. Again, when in 1923, equals 1931, a delegation, sent by the British Anti-Slavery Society, came to Addis Ababa, we inform them orally and in writing, after a great deal of discussion, that we shall see to it that within 15 or, at most, 20 years from now all slaves would go free, and that slavery would be totally eliminated from Ethiopia. But in any country a few offenders must always be expected, and if some men are found transgressing the proclamation that has been promulgated, all the foreign envoys know that we have punished them even with the death penalty. Therefore, our conscience does not rebuke us, for we have done unceasingly everything possible as regards the liberation of the slaves. Chapter 15, about the honor of invitations extended to us to visit Europe. Ethiopia is a realm which has lived steadfast in her independence for more than 3 millennia. But in the early 16th century Ahmed Gran emerged from the east of Ethiopia. From Zala, penetrated into central Ethiopia, and fought with Emperor Lebna Dengel. The latter struggled retreating towards northern Ethiopia, while Gran set fire to all the palaces and churches. Apart from a few books which had remained hidden in caves and islands, he burnt the majority of works of history and culture. Nevertheless, if anyone seeks to know Ethiopia's antiquity, there exist many books which discuss Ethiopian history written in Greek, Latin, Portuguese, and Arabic, and by reading these he will be able to inform himself of her great age. It is a fact that many people had come to Ethiopia before the birth of our Lord, from Jerusalem, Greece, Arabia, and Egypt. After the birth of our Lord, from the 15th century to the 18th, visits by some foreigners to Ethiopia were fairly continuous. It is only in this 19th century that the Italians have begun to cast their eyes upon Ethiopia. There are many who went abroad on the part of the Ethiopian clergy. On the part of the government, however, my father H. Ras Markanin had gone to Italy in 1881, equals 1888/9. And to England during the reign of H.M. King Edward VII in 1894, equals 1902. In the same year, he had visited France en route. Other leaders had gone on missions to Germany, Russia, France, and Turkey. Since for this reason Ethiopia had become known throughout Europe, and since Emperor Menelik had concluded treaties of friendship and commerce with various governments, the countries mentioned above had begun to establish consulates and legations at Addis Ababa on account of the many foreign traders and travelers arriving in Ethiopia. Later, in 1909, equals 1916, when Queen Zauditu sat on the throne, she being without son and heir, I was chosen, by the will of God and by the wish of the people, as Crown Prince and Regent Plenipotentiary of the Ethiopian realm, and, consequently, I gave full expression to the desire that the friendship with European governments, begun in Emperor Menelik's time, be progressively widened and strengthened to the utmost. Because the European governments had here wrote from their envoys at Addis Ababa and had become convinced of the fact that this my desire was real and true, they extended to us the honor of an invitation to come to their respective countries to see the prosperity of their country, the good fortune and riches of their people, the beauty of their cities, and the wisdom and knowledge of their scholars. The first invitation was from the President of the French Council of Ministers, M. Poincaré. This was followed by invitations from the King of the Belgians, H. M. Albert, from the Italian King, H. M. Victor Emmanuel, from the King of England and Emperor of India, H. M. George V, from the King of Egypt, H. M. Fladdai, from the President of the Greek Republic, Admiral Konduriots, and from the Duchess Charlotte of Luxembourg. As we have shown above, some nobles had gone to Europe on various missions, yet it was not customary for the Crown Prince and Regent Plenipotentiary of the realm to go abroad. And, therefore, this distinguished invitation which the European governments had extended to us was a strange thing for all the princes and nobles and the army. They had thus great difficulty over this matter. When we heard this, we gave instructions to have the princes and nobles convened in a great assembly. In the end, they all accepted the matter with pleasure, because we had convinced them that, by our planning to go on extending our friendship with the governments of Europe, we were causing people to meet in trade and in work and getting to know each other as a sign of friendship, that for this main purpose kings and princes were being brought closer together in mutual direct discussions, and that this would induce them to come and visit our country. After the question of our journey had come before the assembly and had been decided, we gave orders that everything necessary for our travel be prepared. We gave instructions that, while our war minister, Vitorii Hatageorgis, carried the principal responsibility for the affairs of the government, each minister was to be responsible for the work of his department, and that all of them should report to Queen's Auditor on everything they had done. I had the hope and conviction that my journey to Europe would give me 3 benefits. 1. To see with my own eyes European civilization and the beauty of the cities of Paris, London, Rome, Brussels, Athens, and Cairo, about which I had read in books, first at school and later on in office. 2. When returning to my country after my visit to Europe, I thought it would be possible to initiate some aspects of civilization I had observed with my own eyes, although it would be impossible to carry this out all at once and in full. 3. To find a seaport. Prior to our journey we had received some encouragement from France and Italy as regards access to the sea. Afterwards, on Thursday, 8th Miazia 1916, equals the 16th of April 1924, we set out from Addis Ababa and went down to Djibouti. Here are the names of the princes and nobles to whom it had been granted to accompany us: Ras Hailee Takla Haymanot, Ras Siam Mangasha, Djazmach Nadabawalo, Djazmach Gassasa Wilda Hana, Djazmach Gabra Selassie Beroya, Gaba, Djazmach Malyugata Yegazu, Djazmach Haile Selassie Arbana, Ligabar Wadage, Web, Blatter Hirui Wilda Selassie, Lej Markanin Endal Kachor, Djazmach Wand, Bawasan Kasa, Ato Sil Seydalu. When we reached Djibouti, the Governor M. Julian received us with honor, and after that, on 12th Miazia, equals the 20th of April, we embarked on the Messageries Maritimes Company's boat, Port Hose, and travelled to the Suez Canal. As we reached the Suez Canal, an envoy of King Fuad arrived and transmitted to us the King's greetings. The Patriarch Abuna Kyrillos sent Abuna Johannes, who became Patriarch later on, and gave us his blessing. When we reached Kantara, we travelled to Jerusalem on the special train which King Fuad had arranged for us. At Jerusalem the British High Commissioner, Sir Herbert Samuel, and the bishops of the various churches came to the railway station and did us the honour of welcoming us. As by the chance of good fortune the festival of the Resurrection, Easter, was approaching, we thanked God for granting us to see the light of the Easter festival. Afterwards, as we toured Jerusalem and its districts, we visited and kissed all the holy places, including Bethlehem where our Lord was born, Nazareth where he grew up, the Jordan in which he was baptized, Cana of Galilee where he did miracles, the Sea of Tiberias where he taught, and the neighboring Capernaum, Bethsaida, Magdala, as well as Hebron where Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are buried. Although a beginning had been made in discussing the affairs of our sanctuary at Jerusalem with our Coptic fathers in faith, the matter had remained unresolved. And therefore we informed the Coptic Archbishop at Jerusalem, Abuna Timotheus, in writing, that he should persist pondering on our proposals, for we had suggested that we should conclude the matter, after friendly discussion, upon our return from Europe. He wrote to us the following reply: I have already made known your intentions to the Coptic community. Afterwards, as we had heard that the Greeks possessed an area of many chambers in Golgotha, we requested the Greek Orthodox Patriarch in Jerusalem, Abuna Demianos, through the intermediacy of Dr. Zavos, the Greek Consul General at Addis Ababa, that he should give one room to the Ethiopian monks as a patrimony for the celebration of Holy Mass. When he replied that they would give one room as patrimony in the monastery of Abraham, we said that we on our part would assign a benefice to the Greek monastery in Ethiopia. After reaching agreement and accord on the proposal, we signed the following written convention. The Ethiopian Crown Prince and Regent Plenipotentiary Tafari Markanin, on one hand, in the name of the Ethiopian people, and Patriarch Demianos of Jerusalem, on the other, in the name of the Greek Orthodox community, have agreed and contracted as follows. First, His Beatitude Demianos, in his capacity as Greek Orthodox Patriarch of Jerusalem and all Palestine, on the occasion of the visit of pilgrimage to Jerusalem of the Ethiopian Crown Prince and Regent Plenipotentiary, while desirous to manifest his great good intentions for the Ethiopian people and the staunch friendship which has existed for a long time between the Ethiopian people and the Holy Church in Jerusalem, has assigned to the Ethiopian people as outright patrimony a room in the Holy Monastery of Abraham near the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. The length of the room is 18 to 70 meters. Its width is 8 to 95 meters, and its height 95 meters. The room, being the basement underneath the dining hall of the Fathers, has a strong vaulted ceiling. Its ancient door leads to the place where the Holy Cross was found. This room has been given for the requirements of the service of the Ethiopian clergy. Second, this room is to be connected by a door to Der el Sultan. It shall be the duty of the Ethiopians to have the opening made. The Patriarch will extend his help so that this door be opened. Third, the two front doors leading to Abraham's monastery shall be closed, but the windows are not to be blocked. Fourth, it is not permitted to sell, to exchange, or to mortgage this room or to assign it to any other purposes except to the service of the clergy mentioned above. Fifth, before this room is redecorated, it is necessary to inform the Patriarch. He will send a person expert in this kind of work. Sixth, if someone else comes along laying claim to the room given to the Ethiopian community, the Patriarch accepts responsibility to argue the case. As the Crown Prince of Ethiopia and Regent Plenipotentiary, Tafari Markanin, desires that the friendship which exists between the Ethiopian people and the Patriarch be strengthened, he has granted permission that a representative of the Patriarch should permanently reside in Ethiopia, that the following gift be handed over and that the deed be inscribed in the land register in the name of the Patriarch in accordance with the custom of the country. The gift is as follows. 1. 5 gashas of arable land for the church and residence of the clergy, located no further from Addis Ababa than a day's journey. 2. He will provide 1 gasha of land, for the building of the convent and the church, in the neighborhood of Addis Ababa, in the Gulail or Shola regions. These 6 gashas of land, it has been agreed, are not to be transferred for whatever reason to a non-Orthodox community or a non-Orthodox church. 7th, the 2 parties who have made these mutual gifts have caused this convention to be made out in 2 equal copies and have set their seals and signatures to it. Written in the Holy City of Jerusalem on 16th Miazia 1916, equals the 24th of April, 1924. But as it was not God's will, this treaty never came into force. After we had concluded our business at Jerusalem, we went to Cairo by train on Miazia 23rd, equals the 1st of May, 1924. At Cairo King Fahd received us with honor at his palace. Our pleasure was exceedingly great when both of us expressed the wish in our discussions to go on in future developing the friendship which had remained firm between our two governments since ancient times. On the next day the Patriarch, Abuna Kyrillos, informed us of his intention to hold Mass and prayers in our honor in the Church of St. Mark, and we went to the church. The Patriarch, suffering from the weariness of old age, was seated on his throne by the altar and gave us his blessing. As the churches of Egypt and Ethiopia were in a relationship of mother and child, and because the Patriarch had for long had the desire and intention of coming to Ethiopia to see his children in faith, he spoke at length of his sadness at his continued inability to come on account of the distance, while at the same time revealing the fulfillment of his desire and thought at seeing, with his own eyes, our arrival at Cairo today. Afterwards, while we were in the church, the Patriarch entered the reception hall for guests at one side, we having brought him, in order to honor our father in faith, a golden crown, a golden cross, a golden staff, a silk tunic embroidered with gold, and a cape. He was therefore waiting for us wearing the crown and cape, holding the golden cross in his right hand and the golden staff in his left. He was thinking to please us, although because of his great age and weariness he was not really capable. As we entered the hall from the church, he attempted to receive us standing, but he was not able to do so. Although we were pleased in our heart at seeing His Holiness in this dignity, we felt much grief at thinking of his old age and weariness. The following are the sites which we visited during our stay at Cairo and which have remained memorable to us: the pyramids and the Sphinx, the great Museum of Antiquities, the great schools and hospitals of the government and of the Copts, the old churches of early times, the antiquities of Luxor and the tomb of Tutankhamun which had been discovered at the excavations nearby, as well as great mosques and the famous Islamic college called Al-Azhar. Subsequently, when we saw 4 students from Ethiopia, we were pleased as their teachers said that they would return to Ethiopia within 2 years upon conclusion of their studies. From Cairo we went to Alexandria and paid homage at the tomb of St. Mark. We then saw the school at which they are teaching more than 4,000 boys and which had been instituted, near the church, by Abuna Johannes, the deputy archbishop of the See of St. Mark. After Th. we visited Victoria College which had been built at a place called Ramla near Alexandria and where some boys from Ethiopia were studying. The headmaster of the school, Mr. Reed, was like a father particularly to the boys from Ethiopia, and we had heard of his gentle treatment and of his teaching, and among the boys there we met Cyric Hirui. Our heart was touched with joy when we saw them face to face. The son of Ras Malugata, a Sreta, and a boy called Gabramadan or Wakua had come with us in order to study at this school, and we handed them over into the headmaster's care and trust. Chapter 16, about our journey from Alexandria to Paris. On the 1st of Janbat, equals the 9th of May, 1924, we embarked on a boat called Cordelier, and when the ship began its journey a farewell salute was fired by cannon. On the 6th of Janbat, equals the 14th of May, when we had passed Corsica and came within view of the great fortifications at Toulon, a warship came to receive us. From there until we approached Marseilles, many aeroplanes were hovering in the air. As 5 warships passed on the right and left of our ship, they fired their guns. As we disembarked from the ship, the prefect of the district of Marseilles and the mayor of the city, together with many officials, received us. Among these we were very pleased to see and to meet M. Lagarde, who, since the days of my father H. Ras Markhanin, had been the friend of Ethiopia and ourselves and had formerly been France's envoy extraordinary and minister plenipotentiary in Ethiopia. After we had rested a little in the Marseilles government buildings, the officers of the warships came and took us to see once more in order to show us the warships. Thus we saw the strength of the construction and the size of the guns and then returned greatly impressed. On the morrow, 8th Genbet, equals the 16th of May, in the evening, we departed by train for Paris, and when we reached Paris at 4:30 in the morning, equals 10:30 am, the new president of the Republic, H.E.M. Milrand, and the Prime Minister, M. Poincaré, all the ministers in full, Marshal Foch and many other generals received us with great honor. It was in the Quai d'Orsay, in the palace of the Foreign Ministry, that quarters had been prepared for us and, seated with the President in an automobile, we proceeded along the parade. After we had rested a little in the palace, we went on a return visit to the President of the Republic at the Élysée Palace, and subsequently returned. The program had laid down that afterwards we should visit the Paris municipality, Hôtel de Ville, and at the appointed hour we proceeded there. When we arrived, we found assembled there the President of the Republic and all the ministers, army officers, and the city's notables. When we entered the Great Hall, the Mayor, President du Conseil Municipal, M. Juillard, and the President of the Municipal Councillors made a speech of friendship, which greatly touched our heart, and they expressed to us their pleasure. All the amazing things which we saw in Paris and its surroundings were very numerous. Of the many sights we saw during our stay at Paris, the following are the principal ones: the Tomb of Napoleon, Invalides, the airport and an aeroplane display, a tank parade and movement exercise, the Opera, Notre Dame de Paris, the Palace of Justice, the Mint, this is the place where the coins were struck on which the effigy of Menelik II appears, the offices of the Légion d'Honneur, the Eiffel Tower, the Palace of Versailles, the Palace of Fontainebleau, the Radio Assembly Hall in Saint-Élysée, perhaps Saint-Assis, the Artillery College and Artillery Range. It was quite impossible to express in words, on account of the abundance of joy in our heart, the pleasure we felt until the official visit ended, when we were hearing speeches of friendship which were delivered at receptions and banquets, beginning with the President of the Republic, H.E.M. Milrand, and including the Prime Minister, M. Poincaré, and other French authorities, and also when we inspected the various palaces which we have enumerated above. When our official visit was over, we thought of staying on here in Paris in order to have friendly discussions about some matters with the French government and with the Franco-Ethiopian Railway Company, and, secondly, as we were desirous to rest here in Paris on our return at the conclusion of each of the official visits to the other governments who had done us the honor of an invitation, we told our friend, M. Lagarde, that he should seek and arrange for us a rented rest house. When he let us know of the readiness of a house on the outskirts of Paris, called Villa Camastarand. We went there now at the conclusion of the official visit and took up residence. As soon as it was known that the official days were over, the Ethiopian boys whom we had sent to France for their studies assembled and came to meet us. And Masai, who was among them, made the following speech of thanks in the name of all of them. Your Highness, we feel pride in our heart when we read, and when we find it written by foreign historians, that our Ethiopian forefathers in ancient times excelled the whole world in wisdom and in strength, and that they were honored and feared as they made their power known as far as the land of Egypt by establishing their cities in Meroe and Napata. But as it is in the Ges language that all our books in our country were written, and as the skill of printing did not exist, it makes us very sad that, apart from a few scholars, the people as a whole do not know the history of the country. But now, through your goodness and your endeavor, the whole world has been impressed by your sending us abroad for study, thinking that Ethiopia will be civilized in wisdom and in knowledge as of old, and that she will open her eyes. The whole world has been impressed by your founding of schools at Addis Ababa and in other provinces, by your establishing a printing press and causing ancient books, which had been written in Ges, to be translated into Amharic and to be printed, as well as bringing good fortune to the people. We, Ethiopia's sons, remain unceasingly grateful to you because you have made us study, helping all those of us in difficulty, so that we should follow European civilization and should know Ethiopian history. But now, the distinguished invitation which the European governments have extended to you, and not to any of the kings of Ethiopia in the past, has come because they know that under your excellent guidance you will cause Ethiopia to be civilized, and your arrival has made the name of Ethiopia heard all over the world. Ethiopia has the duty to thank you, for her joy is not only for the present moment but will be lastingly transmitted from generation to generation. And we in Paris are convinced of our good fortune in seeing our three-colored flag fluttering suspended on the masts. Therefore, the whole Ethiopian people, the dead ones in heaven, the living on earth, are in duty bound to give praise, he concluded, speaking at length. In support and encouragement of the speech which had been delivered, we reassured them in the following peroration. Our thought, as we are helping everybody to the best of our ability, is not only for the few of you here but for all the sons of Ethiopia who should have the opportunity of acquiring education and knowledge. We pray to God that He may grant you to serve your country Ethiopia by persevering in education and by acquiring wide knowledge. For the future, have courage, for we shall help you to the best of our ability, so that you should not have any sort of financial difficulty until you finish your studies. They expressed to us their heartfelt joy at what we had said to them. As the official visit ended and we were staying in the specially arranged accommodation, important Frenchmen, who had been friends of the Ethiopian government and in particular of my father as well as of myself, began to arrive and to pay us visits. After this we requested an appointment with the Prime Minister, M. Poincaré, in order to discuss amicably several matters, and on the appointed day we went to the Foreign Ministry. What we had intended to discuss was that the French should give us a free gateway to the sea at Djibouti, and prior to our departure from Addis Ababa, as we informed the French Minister that this was a matter we particularly wished to discuss, some hope had been given to us. Consequently, if they agreed to do this, they should let us know what it was the French government wished to have in exchange for this from us. Secondly, the Treaty of Friendship between the Ethiopian and French governments, referred to as the Klobakowski Treaty, and in particular the judicial matters laid down in paragraph, were extra irksome to us and, without abrogating the treaty, the two governments, while maintaining its usefulness, might cause a few improvements to be effected. When we informed M. Poincare of these our intentions, he gave us his word that he would present our plan to Parliament and that they would think about it in the friendliest possible manner. Chapter 17, about our journey from Paris to Brussels. The Belgian ambassador in Paris had informed us that on 14th Genbert, equals the 22nd of May, the King of the Belgians, H.M. Albert, would officially receive us, and therefore we departed from Paris towards evening and went to Brussels. At the railway station H.M. King Albert, together with his ministers and his army officers, did us the honor of an unforgettable welcome. It was in a wing of the main palace building in which H.M. lived that quarters had been prepared for us. We went there and rested a little. Afterwards he introduced to us H.M. Queen Elizabeth and Prince Leopold, his crown prince who later on became king, and his daughter, Princess Marie-José. At the banquet His Majesty assured us of his complete desire that the firm friendship between the Belgian and Ethiopian governments should in future continue to grow. Of the things we saw at Brussels and in other Belgian provinces during our stay in the country, the following remain vividly in our memory: the Brussels municipality, horse racing, the Bank of Brussels, the Congo Museum, crop improvement, tea and cattle breeding stations, Waterloo, where Napoleon was defeated, the city of Ghent and its match factory, the city of Liege and its munitions factory, the city of Antwerp, the city of Moorage. We also saw coal mines and other similar industrial establishments. From Brussels to Luxembourg. The Grand Duchess Charlotte of Luxembourg, when she heard of King Albert's invitation to us to visit Brussels, still before our departure from Addis Ababa, informed us through the Belgian minister at Addis Ababa, M. Gerard, that we should visit her country during our journey, as Luxembourg was very near to Belgium. We had, therefore, accepted her invitation and now proceeded from Brussels to Luxembourg. At the railway station the Grand Duchess' husband, Duke Felix, received us with a large guard of honor and after that took us to the palace. But it so happened that on the day we reached Luxembourg the Grand Duchess gave birth to a son. She therefore informed us by letter of her regret at being unable to sit next to us at the luncheon party. We told Prince Felix that it would remain in our heart as a remembrance of joy that on the day of our arrival in Luxembourg the Grand Duchess should give birth to a male child. The prince assured us repeatedly of his pleasure at our visit to Luxembourg, and after taking our leave of the Grand Duchess by message, we returned to Brussels. As our official visit to Brussels was completed, we took our leave of the King and Queen on 23rd Genbert, equals the 31st of May, and returned to Paris. Our journey to Stockholm, the capital of Sweden. Having come to Europe, we had the intention of visiting the countries of Europe as a whole, even though not officially. But because the time was approaching for us to return to our country, and although it was impossible to visit all the European countries, we made a firm resolve to visit at the same time the countries in Northern Europe which it was convenient for us to inspect, i.e. Holland, Germany, and Sweden. But as we were planning to stay at Stockholm, the Swedish capital, for about 3 days, we informed the Swedish minister in Paris, and after he had notified his government and obtained permission, he arranged for everything on our journey to go smoothly. Subsequently, on 29th Genbert, equals the 6th of June, we departed from Paris and reached Amsterdam by way of Brussels, and after seeing the Dutch cities of Rotterdam and The Hague, as our train stopped for about 3 hours at Amsterdam, we made a tour of inspection of the city by car. From there we traveled through the whole night, and at dawn we reached the German harbor city of Hamburg. After touring the town for about an hour, we set out for Sweden. After crossing the water called North Sea, which lies between Germany and Sweden, we arrived at Stockholm on 1st Seine, equals the 8th of June, at 3 o'clock in the morning, equals 9 a.m. When we reached Stockholm, King Gustav Adolf had not yet returned from his country home, where he had gone for vacation. We therefore put up at the Grand Hotel Royal. On this day was Pentecost, and, therefore, the Archbishop of Uppsala, Nathan Soderblom, sent an envoy and told us, because of the feast of Paraclete, Pentecost, we shall be holding prayers and a sermon towards evening, and we beg that it may be your wish to attend. We departed from Stockholm at 9 o'clock, equals 3 p.m., and reached Uppsala at 10 o'clock, equals 4 p.m. The provincial governor and the archbishop received us at the station. Up to the time when the prayers and sermon began, we inspected the University of Uppsala and the library. In the library we were very pleased to see some GES and Amharic books. When the hour of the prayers and the sermon came, we went to the church. The archbishop, being at an elevated place, read the appropriate extracts for Pentecost from the Bible and gave a long sermon. After this he spoke about Ethiopia as follows. It is a fact that Ethiopia accepted Christianity a long time prior to us. It is only after the steadfast Christians who live upon those heights of Africa that we Swedes, having accepted Christianity, became families and communities of Christ. And now it is an unforgettable experience for us to be hosts, with friendly greetings, to the Crown Prince of Ethiopia and Regent Plenipotentiary who has come from those elevated parts of Africa. When he had finished speaking at length, my heart was touched with joy at his truly inspiring address, and I therefore replied as follows. Your Beatitude. All the Christians in the world, although they may be divided in some minor matters, yet in essence there is no one who does not know that there is one Christ only. In former times, on account of the geographical distance, Sweden and Ethiopia did not know each other even by reputation. But now, ever since some Swedes had begun to come to Ethiopia and had recounted in words the beauty of their country and demonstrated by their work the goodness of the people, many Ethiopians wish to see Sweden and to meet the people. There are many who do not know Ethiopia's history and her acceptance of Christianity 1,600 years ago. But you, knowing her history and by your kindness and sincerity acknowledging Ethiopia's acceptance of Christianity even before Sweden did so, have spoken with conviction. And, therefore, I wish to thank you in my own name and in that of the whole people of Ethiopia. Today, on this great day of Pentecost, having made the acquaintance of the Swedish people, I express the hope that this may be an omen of the progressive strengthening and widening of the friendship of the two realms. When I had finished speaking, all the people assembled there, beginning with the Archbishop, expressed to us their heartfelt pleasure. We subsequently returned to Stockholm. Since our visit to Stockholm was private and not official, we had not had any thought of meeting the king. But as soon as the king heard of our arrival at Stockholm, he sent a message that it would give him pleasure if we could meet now that we had come to Stockholm. We accepted his unofficial invitation and went to the seaside palace called Tullgarn. The king, together with his courtiers, was awaiting us standing by the gate of the palace, and we met with warm affection and friendship. When we had rested a little in the great hall, a festive luncheon was served. After lunch we remained talking about the means by which the friendship between the two governments might progressively develop and by which the peoples of the two realms might get much closer to each other. Towards evening, about 5 o'clock, we returned to Stockholm. Of what we saw at Stockholm and surroundings the following recollections remain in our heart. The new telephone exchange with 80,000 lines, the iron industry, schools, hospitals, and Uppsala University Library. Afterwards, on the 6th of Seine, equals the 13th of June, we set out from Stockholm, crossed the North Sea, and when we reached the German city of Hamburg, we disembarked from the train and toured the city by car for about 3 hours, and on the following day, 7th Seine, equals the 14th of June, we re-entered Paris. Chapter 18, about our journey from Paris to Rome. We left Paris on 9th Seine, equals the 16th of June, and reached Rome on the 11th, equals the 18th of June. The King of Italy, H.M. Victor Emmanuel, and the leader of the government, S. Igna Mussolini, with a guard of army officers, received us with honor at the railway station, thus causing much pleasure. It was in the Quirinale, previously the Pope's palace, in which His Majesty lived, that accommodation had been prepared for us, and we proceeded there. When we appeared together with the king standing on the upper balcony to salute the people, all the crowd assembled in the square began shouting with one voice joyfully, "Long live Italy! Long live Ethiopia! Long live HH Crown Prince Tafari!" When they think of this today, how extraordinary must this appear to them. At the banquet HM the King of Italy delivered the following speech. Your Highness, it has given me great pleasure to welcome Your Highness to the city of Rome with sentiments of amity. Your arrival today recalls to me the visit, a long time ago, of your father, H. Raz Markhanin. It is my sincere wish that the government, which God by His desire has given in your hands, may continue to prosper. Your Highness' prudence has already done a great deal for the country's prosperity and expansion. Your visit to Italy now will, I believe, progressively strengthen the friendship and mutual benefit between the two governments. The deeds of kindness which you did for Italy during the Great War will never be forgotten. We, on our part, have greatly assisted Ethiopia to enter the League of Nations. Therefore the friendship which exists between the two governments will be of mutual benefit. He then concluded by saying, I pray that God's blessing may descend upon Ethiopia. I then delivered the following speech. Your Majesty, having come all the way from Ethiopia, my joy is abundant in seeing Your Majesty, your beautiful country, and your beloved people. I am indeed fortunate in coming to Rome to bind together the ties of friendship between the two governments which were established a long time ago. I am very pleased about your recalling the name of my father, H. Raz Markhanin. All the people who heard my father tell of the glorious welcome given to him when he came to Italy during the reign of King Umberto, your father, were greatly impressed. And now that I have arrived here, I am very pleased about the marvelous reception which your Majesty has extended to me. Henceforth it is my entire intention to have our affection strengthened and our friendship extended, and I believe that your Majesty's intention is likewise. We Ethiopians consider the speech of the king of a great country to be like a pledge given under oath, and the words spoken by the King of Italy, as cited here above, seemed to us to augur a stable peace and amity between the two governments, and it did not appear to us a matter of deceit. On 12 Sane, equals the 19th of June, we paid a visit to the leader of the government, Signor Mussolini. Having requested an appointment to discuss, in a friendly manner, a number of matters. The subject which we planned to discuss was concerned with the amicable granting to Ethiopia of a gateway to the northern parts of the country from the port of Asab, which had originally been under Ethiopian rule and was now an Italian colony. After we had met at the appointed hour, I said to him that it would give us pleasure if he were willing to discuss the amicable cession to us by the Italian government of a part of the port of Asab as a free zone. After Signor Mussolini had listened attentively to this request, he said that he was willing to discuss the matter and that, after conversations with the Director of Political Affairs, Contarini, the latter would let me know the answer. Contarini having been summoned immediately, we were introduced to each other. After we had had meetings and lengthy discussions with him, Contarini, he told me that he would report to Signor Mussolini everything that we had spoken about and that the reply would reach me tomorrow by the hands of Conte Colli. We then parted. On the morrow, Conte Colli, the Italian envoy extraordinary and minister plenipotentiary in Ethiopia, came and submitted to us a draft treaty, explaining that this was his government's proposal concerning my request as regards the port of Asab. The following is the text of the draft treaty. First, since it is the determined wish of the Italian government to strengthen progressively the ties of friendship which exist between the Italian and Ethiopian governments, and for the financial and political benefit and prosperity of Ethiopia, the Italian government consigns to the Ethiopian government, for a period of 99 years, an access point to the sea at Asab and a place suitable for a railway from the sea up to the Ethiopian frontier, as well as all the localities and houses which are the property of the Italian government and are situated within the town, which hitherto had been in the hands of the Italian government. Until the period of this treaty expires, the Ethiopian government has full sovereignty over the access point to the sea at Asab and over the road to the frontier which it has received from the Italian government. Second, experts whom the Italian and Ethiopian governments will choose are to determine the boundaries in the surroundings of the seaport of Asab, including the houses that have been built, and the ground required for the construction of the railway from the access point at Asab up to the Ethiopian frontier, and they shall determine the boundary, in situ, having regard to what is needed for access to the sea and for the trade of Asab. Third, the Ethiopian government, being very desirous to strengthen progressively the ties of friendship which exist between Italy and Ethiopia, will not give economic or political benefit to the citizens of any other government, except to Italian citizens, in the seaport and localities mentioned, as has been agreed in the treaty. All things being equal, precedence shall be accorded to Italian citizens. But the Ethiopian government, if it wishes to employ people in the area, can do what it likes. Fourth, if the Italian government requires a place at which to deposit goods at the gateway to the sea at Asab, the Ethiopian government will let it have a demarcated area. Fifth, when Italian merchants cause merchandise to pass through the Asab-free zone, they shall pay customs duty at the same rate at which Ethiopian merchants have to pay. Sixth, the Ethiopian government shall assign the construction of the free maritime zone and of the railway from Asab to the Ethiopian frontier to Ethiopian and Italian companies. When these companies are established, the Ethiopians shall pay 2 parts of the money and the Italians 1 part. But if the Ethiopians are unable to raise 2/3 of the money, then the 2 parties alone, without bringing in any foreigners, may form a company and pay the money half and half. Seventh, if the Ethiopian government in future concludes a maritime access treaty with another government, and if it finds a location or part thereof that is a free zone at whatever other maritime access point, and if it obtains their genuine advantages, then the Italian government agrees, by redrawing this maritime access treaty, to extend the advantages for Ethiopia. Assuming the Ethiopian government concludes a maritime access treaty with another government, and if that of our government obtains advantages by the treaty, then the Italian government may well derive benefit from redrawing this maritime access treaty. Eighth, with regard to the entire question of frontier treaties previously concluded by the Ethiopian and Italian governments, the 2 parties agree that border problems be finally settled as soon as experts have been selected from both sides. Furthermore, the Ethiopian government undertakes to assist to the utmost extent possible those Italian companies who had accepted the previous treaty obligations as regards agriculture, commerce, public works, and minerals, lest they should encounter difficulties. Ninth, as regards the waters of the Juba and Webishbali rivers, the Ethiopian government enters into a contractual agreement not to shut off completely those waters, preventing them from flowing to Italian Somaliland by offering their benefit to foreign interests, notwithstanding anything required for Ethiopia's own benefit. 10th, the Italian government enters into treaty obligations not to demand any money from the Ethiopian government for granting it a maritime access point at Asab and adequate ground for the construction of a railway to the Ethiopian frontier, together with all the houses and ground at Asab. After we had studied this draft treaty, we became convinced of the need to inform the Council. Upon our return to Addis Ababa, we therefore told Conte Colli to inform Signor Mussolini of this our intention. But for a variety of reasons the draft treaty never came into force. On 14th Seine, equals the 21st of June, we had been given an appointment to visit the Pope of Rome, Pius XI, and at the appointed hour we met at the Vatican Palace. The Pope spoke expressing his pleasure at the fact that Catholic missions were now residing in Ethiopia in peace and security, and that religious freedom was now permitted in Ethiopia, contrary to earlier practice. When we came to take leave of each other, he pronounced a prayer, "May God bless the land of Ethiopia, its kings and its people." When we emerged from there, we entered the Church of St. Peter and paid homage at the sepulchre. After we had seen the beauty of the church, we went to inspect the nearby monastery of St. Stephen, which had been given to the Ethiopian monks. From the earliest times Ethiopian monks possessed a strong desire to see and to pay homage at our Lord's sepulchre at Golgotha and the sepulchre of St. Peter and St. Paul at Rome, but when they came to Rome from Ethiopia, they had difficulty in finding lodgings, and it is said that when the Pope who reigned in 1464 saw their plight, he gave them this monastery, saying, "This monastery of Saint Stephen shall be a resting place for Ethiopian monks." As we toured every corner of the church in this monastery, we saw the hewn stones on which the names of the 7 Ethiopian monks had been incised. When we were seated in one of the rooms in the monastery, the 7 Ethiopians who had come here to study approached and expressed their joy to us by referring to the antiquity of Ethiopia and the strength of her kings, and by rendering thanks to us. The following are some of the recollections that have remained in our heart of what we saw at Rome and in the provinces during our stay there: the Quirinal Palace, the Mausoleum of the Kings, the motorcycle races, the Rome Municipality, the Vatican and the Church of St. Peter, the Convent of St. Stephen where Ethiopian boys are studying, the Church of St. Paul and St. John, the Church of Our Lady Mary and of Jesus, the Palace of the Ancient Caesars, the theatre in which the ancient Caesars made Christians fight with wild beasts and slaves fight each other, the Victor Emmanuel II Monument, the military parade at Sentosel, the Rome museums, the cannon firing at Bracciano, the military hospital called Celio, the ships at Spezia, the city of Turin, the Fiat car factory, and the Royal Mausoleum at Turin. When the days of the official visit were over, we thanked King Victor Emmanuel for the friendly reception he had arranged for us, took our leave, and returned to Paris on 25th Seine, equals the 2nd of July. Chapter 19, From Paris to London. On 30th Seine, equals the 7th of July, we set out from Paris and travelled to London. When we reached Calais, we boarded a British ship, and as we began the journey, 2 warships, bedecked with the Ethiopian and British flags, sailed to the right and left of our boat. Having crossed the sea, we reached Dover and a 21-gun salute was fired. From Dover we travelled by train, and when we reached Victoria Railway Station in London, the son of His Majesty King George, now himself king but at that time styled Duke of York, together with many officers and guards of honour, bade us a distinguished welcome in the name of his father. From there we went to the residence which had been prepared for us in a house called Albert Gate near Hyde Park and Knightsbridge. On the morrow, 1st Hamel, equals the 8th of July, so the Duke of York informed us, was to be the audience granted by His Majesty King George, and at the appointed hour we went to the meeting. I delivered to His Majesty the following speech: Your Majesty, it has given me great pleasure to see Your Majesty and Her Majesty the Queen in your great capital of London, which was founded a long time ago. Your Majesty is aware that the firm friendship between England and Ethiopia has been established for a long time. For the future it is the wish of Her Majesty Empress Zordatu as well as my own that the friendship of the 2 governments should progressively develop and strengthen, and we believe that Your Majesty's intention and wish are likewise. When my august father, Ras Markanin, came to London during the reign of your august father, King Edward VII, I was greatly impressed when I heard him tell his officers about all the acts of friendship which had been done unto him. And I, his son, having come to London, derive great pleasure from seeing Your Majesty, your honoured people, and your beautiful capital, and this joy will remain in my heart as a constant memory. Your Majesty, I would assure Your Majesty of my heartfelt wish that there may be long life in health for Your Majesty, Her Majesty the Queen, and the entire royal house, peace and blessing for your people, prosperity and development for your country. When I had finished speaking, His Majesty replied with the following speech. Your Highness, I thank you from my heart, for I am exceedingly pleased having heard the words of friendship, which your Highness has now spoken. I and the Queen are very pleased at your safe arrival in the capital of the British realm and at our meeting face to face. I express the hope that the friendship which has existed between the two governments for so long may by your Highness' arrival be progressively developed and strengthened in future. I recall the visit of your father, Ras Markhanin, as representative of Emperor Menelik at the coronation of my father His Majesty King Edward. I know full well that Ras Markhanin possessed enduring thoughts of friendship for my country. Likewise I do not doubt that the same thoughts will forever be with his son. While your Highness is here, arrangements have been made for you to see, without inconvenience, everything you may require to inspect in my country. Again, while you are with us and enjoying an agreeable and useful time, I hope that, when you return to your country, everything you have seen in England will remain a pleasant memory. Now, in thanking your Highness once again, I would assure you that it is my intention to consolidate our friendship. I would request your Highness to transmit, upon your return to your country, my cordial and respectful greetings to Her Majesty Queen's order to. I express to you my wholehearted wish that the Ethiopian realm may have happiness and prosperity, blessings and development. He thus concluded his speech. We subsequently returned to Albert Gate and, about 2 hours later, His Majesty came to Albert Gate on a return visit. On the 4th of Hamil, equals the 11th of July, an appointment was arranged to discuss some governmental affairs with the Prime Minister, Mr. Ramsay MacDonald, and at the appointed hour we met at the Foreign Office. After Mr. MacDonald had spoken at length about the disturbances which had occurred at the frontiers between the subjects of the two governments, we replied to him as follows. The border settlement has been made on paper only, and the engineers selected by the governments of both sides according to the provisions of the treaty have not delimited the frontiers by a visit on the spot and no marks have been put in the ground. This is the reason why our subjects and yours have come to blows at the borders. It would, therefore, be better if in future we carried out what is required as soon as possible, i.e. determining the frontier and marking it properly. We told him that there could be no doubt that, once this had been carried out, the two sides would observe their boundaries. Mr. MacDonald agreed with this proposal, and said that he would arrange that the matter of the frontier determination be begun at once. When we got back, we saw to it that the work of border delimitation was carried out. The second matter is concerned with the Lake Tana barrage. Mr. MacDonald asked that the Ethiopian government should grant permission to the British government to construct the Lake Tana Dam. We replied to him as follows. We ourselves shall cause the Lake Tana barrage to be built. We can, however, talk about the setting up of a company. Once we had completed the construction of the dam, we told him that we would then lease the water to the government of the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan. We concluded by saying that we should transmit details to each other in writing, as we had agreed about the proposal in principle. After this, having asked permission to point out some difficulties on our part, we submitted to him the following requests. In the past, in Emperor Menelik's reign, a treaty had been concluded that the Ethiopian government, having purchased the arms it considers necessary for itself, should not be impeded conveying those arms to the country. But now, since the great European war, we were prevented carrying arms which we had purchased, and we asked the Prime Minister to permit us the purchase and conveyance of arms as of old. He replied that the British government were unable to resolve the matter on their own, unless they settled this position on the arms embargo in conjunction with the French and Italian governments, and that after consultation among the three governments about this, they would let us know the answer. Secondly, we had experienced great difficulty because the Ethiopian government did not possess a seaport which would bring about contact with foreign countries. It is a fact that skill and wealth are required when trade expands as one nation meets and encounters others by sea and by land. The entire object of the Ethiopian government for the future is to get very close to foreign countries by undertaking the tasks of civilization. Indeed, our accession to the League of Nations last year proves our intention to work for civilization and to develop our country. Therefore, if the British government were to give the Ethiopian government a seaport as patrimony, there would be eternal and unshakable friendship. Hence I said to the Prime Minister that it would give us pleasure if he would let us have a definite answer before our departure from London. Mr. MacDonald replied, I had not heard about this matter until now. I am not able to give you the answer immediately, since this has not been debated and determined by Parliament, and I, on my own, am not in a position to decide this. I shall, however, see to it that the matter be submitted to Parliament at the appropriate time, so that its advice can be obtained. On the same day the Archbishop of Canterbury, the Most Reverend Randall Davidson, gave a dinner party for us, and we left Albert Gate at 7 o'clock to go to Lambeth Palace. After a very pleasant banquet in our honor, the Archbishop made the following speech. Your Highness, it gives me very great pleasure to welcome Your Highness to Lambeth Palace, which is the main center of the English Church. From time to time I receive those who are the important representatives of the branches of the Church of Christ. But there has never before visited Lambeth anyone whose church stands, in terms of antiquity, in first place among the Christians of the world. Your Highness, your church has an ancient history of about 1,600 years. Its beginnings approach the even earlier period of the apostles of our Lord. Your church has a history which is related to the time of Athanasius and his companions. Your Highness is not only holding on to ancient traditions, but it is your glory to develop Christian civilization for the future and to spread the Christian scriptures among your people. From your printing press issue not only ancient and modern religious books, but you yourself are an active participant in the work. The Ethiopia and books which Your Highness has caused to be printed have an introduction by you. Everyone who studies the books of Chrysostom and of the monk March Yeshak will derive much benefit. It is not to be doubted that the main object of your present journey is to acquaint yourself with the modern Western world. Be it in spiritual or in secular terms, your visit is to all of us a perpetual joy. I feel assured that your country's spiritual and secular well-being is well placed in your hands, and that there is due to you every possible assistance for your beneficent endeavors. He concluded by saying, with cordial friendship and high hopes we wish that everything for which you have come here may prosper. On the 5th of Hamil, equals the 12th of July. As the official visit ended, we went to Buckingham Palace and took leave of H.M. the King and H.M. the Queen. During the farewell visit, H.M. King George made the following speech. Your Highness has given me great pleasure by your visit to England to develop and strengthen the friendship of our two governments. Hence, so that you may have a constant memorial of your visit to London and of your meeting with us, we are returning to you the crown of Emperor Theodore, which the commander of the British Army at the time of the Magdala campaign had brought back. Although the capture of Emperor Theodore's crown and its removal to England in no way affected Ethiopia's independence, yet to have it said this crown was the crown of an Ethiopian emperor and to have it appear in a foreign country did not please me. Hence H.M. King George's gracious permission that this crown of Emperor Theodore now be returned to Ethiopia was, I was convinced, a great mark of friendship, and since I felt very pleased, I expressed to the King my profoundly sincere gratitude. On 11th Hamil, equals the 18th of July, we departed from London at 4 o'clock in the morning, equals 10 a.m. to visit Cambridge University. Before coming to London, while we were still at Rome, the Vice-Chancellor had asked us in writing to be gracious enough to visit the university. After we had reached London, he informed us of his proposal through the Foreign Office, and we, therefore, went to carry out this engagement. After all the professors of the university had given us a respectful welcome, the university's Vice-Chancellor approached and said, Your Highness, as we have heard of your initiative and perseverance in leading your country Ethiopia in wisdom and knowledge, we bestow upon you the honorary degree of Doctor of Law. He then gave me the appropriate robes. Immediately afterwards they arranged for us a great luncheon banquet. At the banquet the Vice-Chancellor, Dr. Cepius, made the following speech. Your Highness, the poet Homer says the Ethiopians are blameless. Herodotus says the Ethiopians are long-lived because they do not drink wine at all. It is a fact that the Ethiopians refused to pay tribute to Cambyses and to the Persian kings. Subsequently, they turned back victoriously all who came to take their country by force. Who does not know that the Queen of Sheba, having heard of Solomon's fame, came by camel, bearing spices, gold, and gems to try the king with riddles? Who does not know that she returned to her country to be the mother of all the kings? Who does not remember, as the centuries unfolded, their descent from David? Who does not know of their being of the family of Queen Candace? All this proves the establishment of their Christianity over the whole of Ethiopia and their possession of an ancient faith over a long history. A man who had studied at Christ's College in Cambridge University has, in recent years, revealed to the English people the literature and law books of Ethiopia. Today there is amongst us Tafari Markanin, Ethiopia's crown prince. He follows in the footsteps of his ancestors and possesses knowledge exceeding that of Orientals and Egyptians. He explores ancient and modern knowledge. He has studied all the ancient Christian traditions. He endeavors to acquire modern science. Tafari Markanin is the first Ethiopian crown prince who has gone up in an aeroplane. He has caused the books of John Chrysostom and of Mark Yeshak to be translated from Ge'ez into Amharic and had them printed at his own press. These books can be found in the Cambridge University Library. Furthermore, he has built a school for the children of Ethiopia. He ended by saying, We therefore make known to all of you here Ethiopia's great crown prince and regent, H. Tafari Markanin, the hope of Ethiopia, who is descended from ancient kings. We replied with the following speech to that delivered by the university's vice-chancellor. It gives me great pleasure to visit Cambridge University, where the fount of learning and wisdom for so many different peoples rises. I thank you for receiving me with manifestations of such great pleasure and cordial friendship. Moreover, my joy is immense when you speak of Ethiopia's history, proving the existence since earliest times of her independence and the people's adherence to Christianity. Perhaps there remain some people who do not know that the Ethiopian realm possesses great antiquity and that it was established a long time ago. But if they study Ethiopian history carefully, they will be able to convince themselves of the firm existence of the Ethiopian realm. Prior to the Greeks and the Romans, our country was well known even at the time of David and Solomon. Since Ethiopia entered the League of Nations last year, it is appropriate for her to draw closer to the nations of Europe. As we have sent Ethiopian youths to study in Europe and in other countries, and as they are very diligent in their studies, I hope that in a few years' time they will come to Cambridge for their university education and then serve their country when they return after graduation. Upon completing my speech, we took our leave and returned to London. Everything I saw in London was truly amazing. The following sights are a perpetual memory engraved in my heart: Buckingham Palace, the Tower of London, St. Thomas's Hospital, the Houses of Parliament, the Zoological Garden in which many different wild animals can be seen, the High Courts of Justice, St. Paul's Cathedral, the Wembley Exhibition, the Foreign Office, Lambeth Palace, the residence of the Archbishop of Canterbury, the British and Foreign Bible Society, the Bank of England, and Windsor Castle. There remains with me a great admiration for the goodness of the people in terms of innate character and habit rather than political motivation. Afterwards, on 14th Haml, equals the 21st of July, we returned from London to Paris. Subsequently, having come as far as Europe, I felt I could not return to my country without seeing Geneva, where the League of Nations, on which world peace is founded, was established, and of which we had become members. So, on 21st Haml, equals the 28th of July, I went from Paris to Geneva. But as this was the holiday season, the Secretary-General was not there, and therefore the secretaries who were there at the time received us with pleasure and showed us all the offices with their various departments. From there we visited the Swiss capital, Bern, and then returned to Paris. While it was my determined wish to visit Berlin, the capital of Germany, privately and quite unofficially, I was sad at my inability to go to Berlin in view of the approach of the time at which I had to return to my country. I therefore arranged that Dejazmach Haile Selassie, Saul Seydalu, and Tasfei Tagagn, among the officials who were with me, should go to Berlin, taking with them a letter of friendship and, after meeting the President, Marshal Hindenburg, they were to return. In the treaty with the Franco-Ethiopian Railway Company there were, in some passages, matters which at times gave rise to dispute. We, therefore, had friendly discussions and agreed, without difficulty, on 9 paragraphs and had much pleasure in putting our signature to it together with that of the President of the Company, M. Maxime Guetin. While we had indicated to M. Poincaré, the Foreign Minister, during the period when we first came to Paris, the need to find a free access point to the sea at Djibouti. It so happened that there occurred ministerial changes in the presidency and the foreign ministry. Yet M. Poincare had given us hope, explaining that they would let us have the reply at another time, and when we asked that they should give us the answer, as we were now returning to our country, the following letter was written to us by the Foreign Ministry. 13th Nahas 1924. Paris. To H. Tafari Markanin, Crown Prince of Ethiopia and Regent Plenipotentiary. Your Highness. Since Your Highness has asked for access to the sea for the purposes of your country's trade, it would have given me pleasure to convey to Your Highness, prior to your departure from here, the terms on which the governments of the two countries might reach agreement, and to conclude the investigation of the matter based on the firm desire of the government of the French Republic to grant to the Ethiopian government the access which you have requested, but with the delay of the President of the Council to return speedily from the country to which he has gone, and since the agreement to be concluded is a matter of importance, the whole government of the French Republic must of necessity deliberate on the matter. Therefore the agreement has not yet been drafted. The matter which you have requested cannot fail to come about, so as to strengthen the friendship of the two governments and likewise the ties of amity, which for long have historically bound the French government to that of Ethiopia. I would respectfully inform Your Highness by declaring that, once the matter has again been urgently raised, it will conclude, with the firm desire that exists, in a written agreement. The time has hitherto remained unpropitious to expedite the entire agreement upon the basis of the benefit which these two friendly and neighboring governments attribute to it. But in the accord which will undoubtedly be concluded in future, Your Highness will find a distinct remembrance, based on your visit to France, which justifies the trust you repose in the people's profound friendship. Nothing will be forgotten to bring about what is necessary, so that the recollection of the friendship and mutual benefit of the two countries will continue to flourish. I would request Your Highness to make known, on our behalf, to the Empress of Ethiopia, H.M. Zordatu, the good wishes and goodwill which the government of the French Republic cherishes for her and her people's prosperity. Signed, René Renault. Although the draft agreement remained unwritten for the time being, yet we were glad when we read this letter, for its wording gave hope that an accord would be concluded within the near future. Since we were convinced that the time was approaching when we had to return to our country, we gave orders that the new medal, called Menelik II medal, be struck, and also that the Menelik II statue be constructed and sent to Addis Ababa, that the new stamps, with the effigy of Queen Zordatu and ourselves, be printed, and that the books required for the ministerial departments be purchased. Chapter 20, From Paris to Athens, the Greek capital. We had not yet made the acquaintance of the new President of the French Republic, H.E.M. Doumergue, and we therefore met by appointment at the Château de Rambouillet. At the same time we took our leave, and on 7th Nahas, equals the 13th of August, we set out for Marseilles on our way to Athens. The French authorities and our old friend, M. Lagarde, who escorted us as far as Marseilles, were with us. From Marseilles we embarked on 9th Nahas, equals the 15th of August, on a small ship called Amboise. On the fourth day, when we reached the Greek harbour town of Pyrrhus, they received us with great honour, aeroplanes hovering in the air, and in the sea warships firing their guns. When, proceeding from there, we reached the town of Phaleron, the Greek Prime Minister, H.E. Monsieur Selassie, with ministers and army commanders, bade us welcome. From there we travelled by train to Athens. At the railway station the President of the Republic, H.E. Admiral Kondoriotes, together with the country's dignitaries and foreign diplomats, received us. We immediately went to the principal church at Athens where Archbishop Chrysostomos pronounced a prayer of blessing. And after that we proceeded to the palace where lodgings had been prepared for us. At the banquet in the evening, the President, Admiral Kondoriotes, spoke of the friendship which had remained steadfast for a very long time between the two countries, as well as of the closely knit history of the two peoples. We on our part told him that from time immemorial Athens had been the source of wisdom and knowledge, that we had discovered and read in our history of the goodness of the Greek people, and we declared our intention henceforth to render assistance to all Greeks living in Ethiopia. On the next day we visited the Acropolis, the ancient sanctuary of gods and idols. When we returned from there, we went to see the academy and various museums. On the 13th Nahas equals the 19th of August, they showed us various displays of gymnastics at a place called the Stadium, as well as several kinds of military parades. Towards evening we went to see Athens University, and the head of the university, Monsieur Dimitri Papapoulias, standing at an elevated place, made the following speech. Your Highness, it is in the midst of Athens University that the soul of Greece is being revealed. This evening we are pleased to welcome the representative of a people tied to Greece by inseparable ties and by a friendship that is based on ancient historical traditions. Your Highness' presence amongst us is apt to strengthen and to renew those memories of 1,600 years. Two Greeks, the sons of Meropius the merchant, Frumentius and Edesius, were taken prisoner at the Ethiopian seaboard and thus entered the country. They founded the Church of Ethiopia by teaching the country's inhabitants and by becoming apostles of the faith. Your Highness, the affection which binds the two countries together began at that time. In the year 325 Athanasius, the great bishop of Christian Greece, bestowed at Alexandria the name of founder of the Church of Ethiopia upon Frumentius and did so with great glory. And he also anointed him bishop of the Ethiopian Church. Again, in a different context, Heliodorus of Emesa refers to these historical memories in the book of romance which he wrote. In this book he presents the Ethiopian king's daughter as beautiful and comely. The Ethiopians were very well known to Homer and to Herodotus, who refers to them in his Histo. RY, and to Strabo, who speaks about them a great deal in his geography.